What's happening, everybody? Oh, sorry I was a little bit late. Just needed to give my toast another few minutes. Let's get rid of this. It was set on like white toast setting, which is like far too low for me. I like mine with a bit of brown on. So what is appertaining? Let's get the funky guy in the corner. Dink. Why am I like looking like that? Let's get me. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So you can still see some of the background. I like that. I like that. Wonder if it'll change again. Nope. This is good. This is good. So, welcome. Cold Fusion stream. Not a new thing, not a new idea. This is actually the fourth Cold Fusion stream I've done in the last year. And it's a little bit different to the normal show we have on a Sunday. It's an open forum. What that means is there's no specific topics. We have some loose topics. The stream usually goes, in the past, we've done Cold Fusion streams for about 8 hours. Today's one's probably going to be a bit more like 4 or 5 hours. We have got the normal show tonight at 7 o'clock p.m. UK time. But between now and then, I just thought I'd fill the space. Obviously, most of you guys know I've been streaming every day since we did this commitment to try and get to 1K subs. So as you can see down the bottom, this is the Cold Fusion road to 1K. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subs, and so far it's been good. We've streamed. This will be the 6th day on the trot now I've streamed. Normally just being direct to YouTube streams, but today obviously I'm doing a Cold Fusion. And again, like I said, the Cold Fusion stream is an opportunity for other people to come on, share screen, whether you've been on a stream before, whether you've never been on YouTube, never shown your face, or you don't even have to show your face on these streams, but just come on, join us, come and have a laugh, have a little chat, and yeah, just get to know. I use these as an opportunity to get to know more people in the community, or get to know people I already know better. And that's really all it is. It's just a more relaxed. I mean, the show is generally relaxed anyway, but this is a more relaxed, open sort of, it's just like a kind of clubhouse, you kind of come and go as you please, come and say hello, join in the discussion, and yeah, give everybody a chance to get up and say what they want to say. So we've got Electric X30 in the chat, and also we had Tegus Edits. Both of you guys new to the channel, really would like you guys to give us a sub and tune in. We're streaming every day until I get to 1K subs. We're a third of the way there, so still a ways to go, but we can make it. And I'd appreciate a sub from you guys to help us on that road to success. And for every new sub that we get, I'm putting together one part from the 7754 Star Wars Lego Home One Mon Calamari Cruiser. So please help me to get that build done. I subscribed Electric X30. Thank you, and I appreciate the shout out for the music. That's background music that I created, but we had a bit of feedback during the show, the regular show on Sunday, to say that the background music can get a little bit annoying, so we don't really use it much anymore. But it's nice for a warm-up. Smokey's in the house. What's up, Smokey? Cool, how what's going on? DM me. I already DM'd you a link, I think, Smokey, but happy for you to pop on. And anybody else out there, doesn't matter who you are, if you're new to the channel, never been on YouTube before, never subbed, never been on a live stream, doesn't matter who you are, or if you do it regularly but you're new to the show or to the channel, whatever. If you let me know in the chat, I can send you a DM. You can pop on and come and say hello, as long as you're obviously not, a troll. You're not going to be an idiot. Obviously, you'll get booted back out. But come on, get to know me, get to know the chat, and yeah. So you messaged me, Smokey, to say, "What's that for, Cool Hand?" Well, that's this link for this StreamYard. So if you want to pop on, use the link that I sent you on Instagram, and you can join me if you're up for it. Paddy's out there. How are we doing, Paddy? Any news on the updated name? I know we hashed it out a little bit on the stream, but it'd be nice to kind of talk about it. Maybe we can, if you can come up with 4 names, I'm happy to do it on a poll if you want to jump on tonight after Greg goes. He's only on for the first 2 hours. If you want to pop on and, introduce yourself and get everybody, or we can do it for you. If we can come up with 4 cool names for Paddy, new YouTube profile, then we're more than happy to pop that in a poll and see what the people say. Suburban Stuntman is out there. Good day, y'all. I will be lurking whilst working. I love it, mate. Nice to see you back here, Suburban Stuntman, one of our new subs from earlier this week. And again, nice to welcome more people to the community. But this is an opportunity for you, Suburban Stuntman. I know you're probably busy at the moment, but to pop on and come and say hello to us in person. And, you know, sometimes people do that and you might want to leave your camera off. That's up to you. But, yeah, get to know us in a more, you know, one-to-one type fashion. So what have we got today for breakfast? And I say breakfast because some of you guys may know, I haven't been very well lately, just on cue. And as a result of that, I've been keeping very poor normal hours. So I've been kind of going to sleep at like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and sleeping through because I can't shut off. And yeah, and obviously with medication and stuff, it's kind of put me in a bit of a funk. I have to try and get back into a routine now this week because I got another week off work before I go back, and as well as rebuilding my lungs back up so I can be fit to go back to work, I do need to get back into a better sleep and eating pattern. But essentially for me, this is breakfast because I only got up about an hour or so ago. I also have lost my appetite, so I normally would get up and eat straight away, but since I've been ill, I've been getting up and then eating about 2-3 hours later, and then maybe eating another meal later in the day. And every time I eat, I feel sick. So it hasn't actually happened. Hopefully it won't. But let me know, guys. I've changed my thing a little bit. Yeah, more than happy if you want to pop on now, Sarah. Let me just send you a link. Give me a sec. As soon as we get a couple of people on here as well, I want to do a quick promo stream. Sarah bucket list. I want to do a quick promo video of what we're going to be doing during today's show, or what I'm going to be doing during today's show. I just want to check I got the right one now. I think it's that one. I've got 2 open at the moment because I've sent one obviously to the boys for tonight. I believe it's that one. Check it. If it doesn't let you sign on, then it ain't that one. Let me know what the lighting's like, guys. I've got a key light here in case I need one. Got a ring light, sorry, in case I need one. But I thought with the windows open, windows and doors open, and the big light on, I thought we might be okay. But I can see now it does look a bit dingy compared to normal. So, but yeah, and obviously I'm streaming from my living room, which I have been doing all week just because, I don't know, just wanted to change up the scenery a little bit from the show. And it's a bit more wide open space and I can kind of move around a little bit. And if I need to pop next door and grab something, I can without having to, you know, go up and down a flight of stairs, which obviously I'm struggling with at the moment. So that's the jam. I'm pasty building. Oh yeah, the Cornish Pastafarian, yeah. But there we go. So I've made some tea. Today's tea is mint and caramel, bird and blend. No, not bird and blend, from Sostrine Green. And I've got this fancy sort of tea thing where the tea comes out the bottom. You just push it down on your mug. You see the kind of contraption underneath. You push it down on top of your mug and it kind of fills your mug up like that, which is good for when you're having like loose leaf tea like this. Yeah, so that's a little bit different. And I've also got 4 rounds of toast, plain toast. I'm not a big fan of like butter or jam and stuff really. And I also picked these up yesterday, whoopsies, in Co-op. It is Dubai style chocolate donuts. So yeah, there we go. Pasty builder. Nice, I like it. How's it going?
Hello.
You okay?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Well, I can see how you are. Are you any better?
I am. It's weird because like I'm better in this environment and it's almost like, am I even really ill? Because when I'm sat here and just talking and I'm not really doing anything, I feel relatively fine. It's just all the other bits and pieces. It's the It's the sleep, and it's the headaches in the morning, and the loss of appetite, and the tiredness when I sleep on my left side. The struggling to breathe when I sleep on my left side. But as long as I'm sat here like this, like I said, if I had an office job where I sat behind the desk all day, I'd probably be fine to work. But as soon as I start trying to do something, like I was rushing around a little bit to get myself ready for the stream, and I realized, I need to make myself something to eat, whatever. And I just found myself just in the kitchen, like, I'm out of breath. And all I've done is walk back and forth 2 rooms a couple of times, So I don't know. Old age don't come alone, does it?
No, it doesn't. This build, though, it's got some interesting pieces in it that I've not seen before.
Yeah, you'll have to show us.
Got
What the?
Oh, where's the camera there?
Oh, I've never seen that before. No, that's pretty cool.
It looks like a little log basket.
That I have seen. Yeah, they use that as a shield in Star Wars quite a lot. But
okay,
it is quite unusual. It's relatively new as well.
What else did I like? We've got a little flower frog. If you know what one of those is.
Oh.
A flower frog is something you put in a vase and stick stems through.
Oh, we call them oasis here. Okay, I know what you mean.
What else did I think was cool? Oh, actually, they've printed I didn't realise it was printed. They've printed the eyes.
Oh, yeah. And what piece is that printed on?
It's like
a
quarter of a circle. A quarter of a disc.
Even that is quite a rare piece. Don't see that very often.
And then, because I've started building it already, the book is built that it stands on. Got this.
Is that all printed?
No, I stuck those on and they're almost straight, so be proud of me.
No, yeah.
But I've not seen this before. The last thing I had that was on a stand, it was little sections and it just collapsed. So
is that all one piece then? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's wedged in.
Oh yeah,
there, but it's got like a foot. Can you see that?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, that's all one thing. That's all one piece.
One thing. Yeah. And then it had like 2 lugs on the top to stick these on and holes to push it through. So I'm really impressed with that for the price of the kit, 25 quid.
Is that all it was? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really there's more thought in that than some of the more expensive kits that I bought.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually know the context of that character. Is it in Harry Potter or is it in?
Yeah, it's in the second film. Gilderoy Lockhart. He's the professor of dark arts. He's a fake book maker. He steals other people's skills and memories, and he releases Cornish pixies in the classroom.
Right. I've only seen all the movies once, and I don't know the lore of Harry Potter at all because obviously, they came out way after my time in terms of like books and stuff. But,
aging me.
Yeah, well, obviously I don't, because a lot of kids read them when they were in school. Like Kirsty read them when she was in school because they were big then. But I kind of outgrown that. But I do remember, like when we talk to Kirsty sometimes about it, she's surprised at how much I remember considering I've only watched them once because I did think they were great movies. They're just not really my thing. But it's played by what's the British actor called who plays Borrow? Kenneth Branagh. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's him. That's the guy then. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a very minor character to create, but then some of the better ones that they've done are like the Mandrake. I don't know if you've seen that.
That's
the Mandrake is the plant.
Yeah.
It's such a small part of that film, but still, it's nice that they don't just minifigure it because that would be really easy just to do minifigures. But
I think that's quite interesting that Harry Potter does because the lore is actually quite. And yes, Harry Potter is known similar to Star Wars for recycling the same builds quite often, and a lot of the times when they don't need doing. Like I can understand some things like Hagrid's hut is like the last version of Hagrid's hut that came out was actually probably good, whereas the earlier versions were pretty poor. did they really need to do that again? And obviously, it's a bit frustrating. But I like what Harry Potter do in that they try to break the boundaries a little bit and think outside the box and think, right, what characters and what. And people who are really into Harry Potter, same as people with Star Wars, they like every little character that you can possibly build. The problem is that the majority of Star Wars stuff is like ships and stuff. They don't really focus on the characters as much. They've started to recently, but it's still only doing the big name characters. Whereas to have something like that, like a little background character built as a mini build like that, I don't know. That's what I liked about that. Even though, jokes aside, with it being like Witty or whatever, it is quite interesting. And they're doing just these little kind of side builds at a reasonable price where people can pick them up and build them, and the reference material. I just wish they'd do that a little bit more with Star Wars or any other theme, really.
Yeah, I think it's good because I like the big set that I bought, the one with the owl, but being able to buy a big set, I mean, I could buy as many as I want, really, but to be able to justify the spend. Hi, Matt Lee. To be able to justify the spend it gets harder each time when you're buying a big set, especially when you're running out of space. So to be able to buy this, because I'm going to put this in my hallway on a little shelf.
Yeah.
Because the base is so small that it will just sit on a little shelf. It won't, and then it can just gather dust and stare at me.
And I think that's pretty good. I like sets that don't have a big footprint. And what I mean by that is that, I've never been interested in UCS because I don't need this hulking big ship. I don't know where the hell to put it. I wouldn't even have anywhere to put it temporarily until I took it apart again, because I haven't got that much flat space anywhere.
Is that the circle thing?
Any UCS set. But you're talking about the Death Star thing, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, yeah.
Just UCS in general. So that it's Star Wars' version of Ultimate Collector Series, which is basically the enormous ships.
Yeah.
I don't have anywhere to put the kind of play scale ones, but what I've liked is where they've started doing the MIDI scale builds, which are desktop type little things, and they still take a little bit of space, but it's more narrow, so it looks great on more like a bookshelf alongside some books and stuff, which is what really got me into Star Wars Lego, was like little bits and pieces that kind of represent your hobby or your interests, as opposed to I've never looked at people's shelves where they've got an entire shelf, no matter how big it is, filled with Lego. I've never looked at that and thought, ooh, I wish I had that. I don't have FOMO. I don't have jealousy or envy or whatever for anything like that, because I just think even if I had the space and the shelves, I still wouldn't do that.
No, I haven't either.
Mine is more of a...
My houses are... So I've got Malfoy Manor. I've got two of the shops from Diagon Alley and the Shrieking Shack. Well, they're in with the card builds and a random haunted house that it just sort of goes with. And I wouldn't want it all Lego because it's not as interesting to the eye, I don't think, in my living room,
Well, in my case, nobody's coming to look at it anyway.
Well, no, me either.
Exactly. And, does it make a good backdrop for some people? Yes. And like Padawan, for example, he's got a room full. But for me, I would walk in there if that was my room, and there's nothing wrong with it. Obviously, it's great. And 90% of people in the community would be like, oh my God, I'd love to have that, or I've got that, or I'm working towards that, or whatever. But I'm more like, it's just kind of sitting there. And that's all Lego does anyway. I'm not saying that, I'm going to pull it down and play with it. But for me, I think I prefer the idea of a showcase of multiple things. So for me, in an ideal world, if, say, for example, I could put a bookshelf on this piece of wall here, I would have some of my favorite novels or some of my Star Wars novels, and then maybe, I don't know, a little crochet Grogu that somebody made me. And then a couple more books, and then I'd have like a small Lego set, and then a few more books, and then like a metal statue of Star Wars that I've got. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. I like a mixed display of different things rather than just top to bottom Lego. I just think...
I find that a little bit overwhelming to look at, because I don't know where to look. If you look at my shelves, I won't move the camera because it took me too long to get it balanced. But my shelf in the corner, it's more like a curio shelf.
Right.
I mean, there is Lego on there. The castle's there on the main shelf, but everything else is a curio. So you sort of go and look at it, and you're seeing different things. So it draws your eye in different ways depending on the light. But I think if I look at a wall of Lego, I don't know where to look. There's two. It's beautiful, and Padawan's is beautifully curated, but I wouldn't know where to go or what to touch if I could touch.
What's up, Dan? No, I just get bored. I think I just get bored of it. I just look at it and be like, and I'd constantly want to, I know he does, but constantly want to move it around. And I don't want this to turn into a slag fest of people's Lego collections. I'm just saying mine has never been that case. I've got that bookshelf behind me as my backdrop when I do streaming. And my plan was always to kind of change it up a little bit. And I could probably fill that 20 times over just with the smaller type things rather than any of the bigger sets with books and other things I've got. And I've just never got around to doing it because most of it's still packed up. I will do it, but really I do need more shelves. And my plan is to get more shelves, but they're going to be more like the shelf you've got in the background there, where it's like a suspended shelf as opposed to a bookshelf. And even on that, it isn't going to be Lego, 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 Lego. It'll be Lego, Lego, something else, Lego, Lego, something. But it'll be probably mostly Star Wars, but it'll be like some of the cross stitches that I've done, Star Wars cross stitches that I've done, but in a frame, like maybe in between. So it's just a representation of my interest as opposed to, because Lego is my main interest, but I'm Star Wars. If somebody said you can be a Star Wars fan or you can be a Lego fan, I would drop Lego. Do you see what I mean? So
yeah, same.
So you're seeing the Harry Potter, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the shelf up here, that's mostly Lego botanicals, but there's other things up there because I'm a bit of a collector hoarder. So there's a whole plastic fishbowl of like the little gacha pod things, where you put the coin in and turn it. Yeah, all different ones from those for all over the place. I try and get one wherever I go. And then there's like a whole thing of shells and
Well,
nobody could live with me. It would drive me nuts.
Well, that's the thing with us is that Kirsty has only gotten into Lego quite recently, but there's a Lego set of hers in almost every room, whereas mine gets relegated to, like, I've got the bamboo here. I was just cleaning our ensuite bathroom recently, and I just thought this could do with a bit of a dust.
I like that.
So I brought this down to give it a clean during the stream if I get a chance. But just sitting here, I can see like multiples of her sets, and we got like one of her Lego sets in like every bathroom, and like I said, near enough every room. But I get it because I don't feel, I'm not like cheesed off about it because the botanicals do look pretty good, and we have got plants as well in the house, but we got a tendency to not look after them very well just because, I don't know. I think it depends on what kind of plant it is. I can see there's a plant down there that looked amazing when we first had it, but it's on death's door now. But I think it's because we just don't get enough sunlight in this room. We don't tend to open the curtains in the morning, which we probably should. We just kind of get ready for work and go out. But
I'm intending on moving everything of mine, apart from the one shelf down here, into my office upstairs where I normally speak to you from. I want some shelving put on there because it's starting to feel cluttered. Because it's not just Lego I have, there's a lot of stuff. Because I brought everything to the living room whilst I've been gutting the rest of the house after the kids moved out. And it's starting to close in a little bit. So I want it all to go into the office and then maybe have the odd set down here. Maybe. But I mean, the shelves will stay because I like the botanicals. Like you say, they are, whoever you are, they look quite nice, don't they?
They are good sets, and I actually enjoy buying them for Kirsty as well. To be honest, I've never actually put one together myself, but I do look at them and think, "Ooh, I'm really tempted one day." And I got no excuse because I've got sets of mine that are unbuilt. But I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, "Oh, I might, while she's in work today, I might take that apart and then rebuild it just so I get the building experience." But
my biggest grudge with all botanicals that have big leaves that are like this, they're always too heavy, so they always fall off if you move them.
Yeah.
This is so much lighter than the botanical leaves. Don't know what that is. That a shield? Would that be a windshield?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I don't know what else it would have been from. It's a wing of the Pixie. But...
Right. Yeah, probably then. Yeah, I don't know. That's for some reason some Lego, depending on what color it is, and like I know you mean by that. Like some pieces I've seen exactly the same color printed, the same piece printed. It's in a slightly different color or style, and it weighs like half the amount. So that's kind of weird. I don't know how that works, but the one thing we were excuse me, talking about the other day is that excuse me, Kirsty's imagination has limits. So recently she bought, like, she hasn't even noticed some of these, and actually I made it worse for her because she was like, oh, she was building something. Actually, I can see it over there, and she was saying, I know you're supposed to see this and see like a succulent or whatever. She was building the tiny succulents. She said, I know you're supposed to see this. She said, but I can't help but see what it actually is. And I said, yeah, but with Lego, it's only that because Lego said it's that, and now with it's saying it's something else. And I'll give you a couple of examples now. I'll go and grab them. But I said, well, actually, you're right. I said, because I always thought it was strange that the bunch of flowers set that she's got, which it didn't come with a vase, that one, so we've put it in our own vase. And I said, there's a dinosaur wing in as a leaf in one of those. One of the leaves is actually a dinosaur, and you can see the little arm. It's like a pterodactyl wing with a little arm inside, you know.
Oh, right, yeah.
But it does look pretty good. She was like, I didn't even notice that. And then the other one is the orchid that's here, and I was like, well, those are shield pieces. She went, what? I said, well, those are shields. Those have been in Lego since the early 80s when I was building like castle sets. And
is that what that is? Because I've got one up there. I had no idea.
Is it the let me grab it. Oh, so it's this one. Oh,
no, I've got the fatter, but that's shields, is it?
Oh, yeah. So these, I'll pull one off just so you can see it better. I'll pull one from the bottom because the balance is better. So this is, and let me just full screen myself. So this is like a shield piece.
I can see it now. Yes.
And then there's that, and that hasn't changed because I've got a version of this. Obviously, it's got like, you know, gray, and it's got some printing on the front of like Falcon Knights or whatever it is. But the design of the piece hasn't changed at all. But obviously, you know, unless you're looking at it, you wouldn't know.
No.
Well, unless you know that fact, should I say, you wouldn't know. But other than that, the other pieces are kind of pretty normal in this set. But then I'll show you the one she was building that kind of threw her off. So it was these two. She's only built two of the smaller ones from the set so far. And so this is like the little purple flowers. I don't actually know what kind of flowers it is, but she was like, well, I just see that as a pot with a load of butterflies over the top of it. I don't see that as a plant. She said, so my imagination is limited because I'm not looking at it and thinking, oh, it's a plant. I'm looking at it and thinking, there's a bunch of butterflies swarming around the top of a pot. And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess so. But it's just an imaginative way of using the pieces. And then she started doing this one. She said, well, this one I can get behind. But when you look at it, these, hopefully I can pull this off and get it back on. These pieces are like green flat caps.
Yeah.
like a kind of Shelby, what do you call it? Peaky Blinder type hat.
And green. Yeah.
And then Kirsty said, well, the first, I'm surprised you got me any more of these because the first one you ever bought me that she noticed her on was the bonsai tree. She said she loved the bonsai tree, but she can never get her head around the fact that all of the leaves were frogs.
There's a frog in this one, the little tiny.
Yeah. Oh, is that a chocolate frog? Yeah.
Chocolate frog, yeah.
Well, in this one, it's like this kind of color green, and you put them on the tree, but you can change it to like pink. And you just get an extra bag in the bonsai tree of pink frogs. And she's like, I just see a frog. I don't see it. So I'm looking at it and I can't see a bonsai tree. I can see a tree of frogs. And I was like, well, I guess so. But so, yeah. So, I mean, like I said, it's just the imagination. Like Kirsty didn't really build Lego when she was younger so much. So for her, it's like, you know, a new thing that she's kind of seen from afar. Whereas for me, it's like, you know, I've always had to use my imagination with it. And I did find this quite interesting as well, where let me just do the full screen again. On the top of this, it's not very good light. I'm going to have to set one of these lights now. You can see that they've just clipped the piece. Can you see on the very top here?
Yeah.
They've just clipped the piece in. And I said to Kirsty, that would normally be classed as an illegal Lego move. Not that I necessarily believe in that stuff, but just to clip a piece in like that, it's unusual to see Lego doing that and encouraging that as a building technique.
Because normally they would have a round in a round, wouldn't they? And then attach something else to the round.
That's right, yeah. So I was just like, that's weird, because if you kind of push it a little bit, it actually pop out. But but no, I actually like I think these were great. I mean, I said to Kirsty, rather than bunch them all together, we can kind of dot them around in different rooms depending on the color scheme. So I'm just trying to see if I can see that dinosaur wing. Oh yeah, I'll see if I can take it off without it. Whoops. So this is the bunch that I'm talking about. Like I said, it doesn't come in a vase, unfortunately. They kind of loose flowers. So this is the bunch, and actually it looks quite nice. What I'm planning to do though is get a load of like blue clear pieces and just order a big bag of them, and then just fill it up with this. So it stops them rattling around, but also it also means it kind of gives the impression of water. But this is the leaf from one of these sets. Actually, there's a couple of them on there, but this is one of the leaves.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You can see the little hand, and even inside you can kind of see.
So cute. I like that.
You can see the webbing, but it works really well. I actually thought it was quite interesting that they've done that. I'm just trying to see. I can't see where it goes.
It's like a little Easter egg inside your set, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not against things like that. I think that's quite cool, but obviously Kirsty hadn't noticed this, so then I brought her attention to it. She was like, "Oh my god, now I'm just going to see a dinosaur arm." Oh, and this one as well. This one. So this is like a standard leaf piece that you get in with a bunch of flowers just to kind of bulk it out. But if you look at the top, I'm not sure if you can kind of work it out.
It's a surfboard.
It's a green surfboard. So I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, actually, this isn't actually complete because we actually accidentally knocked it recently, and a load of the pieces went down the back of the unit. So we'll fish those out at some point. Oh, see, as soon as I get up and start walking around,
yeah,
I'm having a coughing fit. It's just crazy. But
maybe you shouldn't be doing any dusting today then.
It's funny you say that because I'm looking at my unit, and I like black units over white units. I think I probably prefer wood, as in like natural colored wood, like what you've got there in the background. But with black, although it looks nice, you can the dust just shows up. I dusted that like 2 days ago, and it's already, I can see there's a thin sheen of dust on my unit.
Yeah, so I've got fire ash on mine. No matter how careful I am, when I open the fire or empty the grate, I get a fine film of it all over that's one of the reasons why I want to put the Lego upstairs, because everything else I can just pretty much chuck in the sink and hand wash. But Lego, obviously, a built Lego is, you can't really do that.
Well, not necessarily like some of these people who I see. How do you clean your Lego? And it shows them like putting the set in the bath and putting the shower head over it and not taking it even. I can understand doing that if it's in pieces.
Yeah.
I've bought sets before. I've never done it to a set I've already built or even taken apart. But I've bought a set before off somebody, pre-loved, and it came and it's a little bit grubby. The pieces are in good condition, but they're just, dusty or whatever. And I just put them in like I don't know, one of those kind of bra bags that you can put, or underwear bags you put into the wash to protect your thing. So just chuck them in one of those, or inside a pillowcase works as well. And then just lay it all out to dry, and then I'll build it. But this guy was literally putting a full set, like a large set, a UCS Star Wars set, in the bath, and he's just with the shower head. But
surely that's going to smell because it's not going to dry properly.
That's what I thought. Because those gaps, it's not completely flush. And he's like, yeah, you leave it outside to dry or near a radiator in the sun. And I think, yeah, we're going to damage the bricks then.
Yeah.
And let it dry, and it's fine. And I thought, but there's got to be bits of water, like, especially on the larger stuff.
It'll pool somewhere, surely, won't it?
Yeah.
I can't think of a set that I've got that wouldn't have water pool in it somewhere if I ran it under the tap.
Although these days you don't know how much of this stuff is content and how much of it is people doing it for views, which is kind of sad, really. But there you go.
It is. I'm a little bit over that, if I'm honest. I don't like the performative side of streaming YouTube. Hi, Nimble.
What's up, Nimble?
Oh, Paddy's just having a moment. Excuse me. Hello. My neighbours have just got home.
Oh, we can sense that, can you?
Yeah. Come here then. No. Okay.
So we need to come up with like 4 names at some point. 4 potential names. It doesn't have to be 4, but maximum of 4. And then put in a poll. I think that'd be quite interesting.
I did was it Madlib's suggestion last night, the SOS? I did quite like that one.
The SOS?
I can't remember exactly what it stood for now. Sarah's something.
Hmm.
Madlib, are you watching? Help me. I like his background, actually, talking of backgrounds. Madlib's.
On his streams?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, his actual background. Sorry, I was thinking you meant like, where I got the ice cubes. Okay. Yeah, because he's got quite an array of different things, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's about to change it, apparently. Last time I caught him live, he said he was going to change it.
Yeah, and I think that's what's interesting is when you see people changing. Like I said, I've always said I wanted to do mine, but it's never going to be all Lego. And I've talked recently to somebody, I can't remember, saying about I want to get shelves put up and where I'm going to put them in the house to put some Lego on. Obviously, I'll put other things on them as well. And somebody was saying, oh, that'd be good. Obviously, yeah, it'd be nice to have that. And I'm like, oh, no, it won't be in the background of streaming or anything. In fact, where it is, I wouldn't even be able to do content because we got like one of the top staircase goes down and there's like a big sort of open area where you can't really do anything with. But I was thinking of putting like shelves up there. So it's kind of up out of the way, but it's still on display. And I was like, well, no, you'd never even see it. And it was like, and I'm like, but I don't build my sets for other people. Like I do to a point, like if you look through the content that I do, very rarely am I like, this is what I build. I might talk about I'm going to build and the process of building even, or a live stream me building it. But I don't generally be like, look at my display. This is what I got on display because that's not something that I really gravitate towards. I really care that much about, even with other people. So it's just not something I felt like doing, but really it's up there for me, for my benefit, rather than, I got to have my sets on so that people can see them every time I do something, you know what I mean? And that's,
yeah,
because you've got to bear in mind as well that I was displaying Lego sets long before most of the people in the community. And that was before I had a YouTube channel. Well, not before I had a YouTube channel, but before I had an active YouTube channel, before I was, interacting with people in the community, when I was just building it for myself and didn't even communicate it with anybody. Like I wasn't even in a Facebook group or anything like that. So for me, it's always been just for me first. And then if other people want to enjoy it, great, but it's a byproduct. Whereas now I think and I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I'm just saying it's a difference, a cultural difference, I think, because nowadays everything's about, I feel like people are like, they always have that element in the back of their brain when they're doing anything on social media of what is going to look like, what's the display value, how is this going to look to other people, rather than let it be for yourself first. And then if other people want to share it, great, because it is social media at the end of the day, and we're all on there to say, look at me.
Yeah.
No matter how much people defend that they're not, if you're not, then you don't need to post it. Do you see what I mean? You're posting it for other people to enjoy it. So we're all in that realm of, I would like you to, I'll get some benefit. I'll enjoy the fact that you've enjoyed what I'm enjoying, if that makes sense. But for me, it's always what's right for me, what feels right for me first, and then I may cover it a little bit. But like I said, in this day and age, I do think, especially younger people coming up in the Lego community, especially, it's like content, displayability, how it looks to everybody else first, enjoyment second.
Yeah, it needs to be authentic, doesn't it? It's like the Stanley Cup hype in America. I don't know if you saw any of that. The big, so big cups that they had their water in, and people had, 50, 60 different cups, and then they were filling them with all different sorts of weird drinks, and the performative nature of it that loses the authenticity. It bores me. Everything I post is me, and I don't really post it for anybody else. I post it for my kids because they don't live with me, and we don't. Although we chat a lot, they don't necessarily see the minutiae of my day, so I share it that way.
Yeah.
And it feels more authentic.
Yeah.
To repeat the word.
The other thing I think is important to me, and I think this was probably number 2, because yes, you're sharing it. You know, the reasons can vary. Excuse me. But for me, it's always been, and I think this is why Instagram was created. Because Kirsty was telling me she's been on Instagram for years, and it was completely different now. And when you're in a community, it's different. But she's like, for me, it was always like a digital photo album.
Yeah.
Now, you know, we all you all remember photo albums. Most of, you know, people of our generation and even a few generations below us will remember sort of photo albums. And we didn't put those out on display. When I was a kid and we had photo albums, they were kind of in the attic, and now and then we'd bring them down and we'd look at them. Very rarely would they be shown to anybody else outside of the family, and they certainly would never be like out for people to pick up and look at.
Yeah.
So that's how Kirsty treats it, and I've always treated it like that anyway, even though I didn't really register as that, and that was not what I intentionally did. I've always thought of it as like a storybook for me to be able to look back and see, oh, remember we did that show and we had that guest on, or remember I built that set. So that should be the primary reason for it, over who else is going to enjoy it, how many likes has this got. But I think unfortunately that's just the way people gravitate towards it. So it's still a case of, this is my history, this is my story, this is my interest, this is my hobby, come and have a look, everybody. But I think it's slowly moving towards, come and look, everybody. Come and look, everybody first, and then I'm going to find something for you to see.
Yeah.
Whereas it should, do you know what I mean? To a degree, I feel like it's, look at me, look at me, look at me. Oh, everyone's looking at me now. Right, I need to, what will everybody like? What will everybody enjoy? And then find something. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to, here's my wares, display them, and then, oh, come and have a look at this. It's already been done, you know? So that's why I think I prefer the, you know, the craft of things and the story behind things more than the actual doing. So like when a person's there, they've got a music on the background, they don't talk and they just stand there holding a set built, and it's like and I'm like, but it's just the set built. If I wanted to see that, I could see it on a box, or I could see it on Google. I want to see like why you bought it, where did you buy it from, how much did you pay for it, the things that vary from person to person. You know, why did you buy that? Why is that your favorite set? You know, what, even if you put it to a poll and say, hey guys, this is like, I've done that before, and I've been like, this is a set I've bought, and I've done like hit or miss, and I'm just basically asking people, do you think it's a good set or not? I mean, it's not going to change anything because I've already bought it. So it's not like I'm asking them, should I buy it? But even that I would find more interesting, is like, what should I buy? Should I buy this? Should I buy that? Or then they're building it. And I enjoy the ones where they build it slowly and they do stop motion to build it, or speed building, they're building it and they're building it fast, all that kind of stuff, the kind of creativity behind it, the interest, the passion they've got for it, rather than just, look where I've got a camera footage of just going, these are all the sets I've built. I'm like, well, why don't you film your wallpaper in your bathroom as well?
It's quite two-dimensional, isn't it?
Yeah, and I just, that's the bit I don't get. But each to their own. I say I'm also not knocking it, but if people want to do that, then it's up to them. But it just doesn't appeal to me.
Now, I've been quite cautious about what I put on Instagram, because the reason I closed the other one, the Paddy one, was because of the ex, really, and trying to get him, because there were more accounts being made no matter how much I blocked him. As far as I'm aware, because you to follow me, you have to request it so I can look at your profile.
Right.
If they've not got an open profile, I don't accept them unless they're a friend of a friend, so I know who it is. So I've sort of reduced, because I don't want to close it, because it's more of a memory book for me and my kids than anything else. But at the same time, there's the whole, I don't want him to have access to my life anymore. Yeah. Which is not easy with the internet.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because when you're on social media, you can't stop people coming on. What I did to kind of combat that, not that I've had those kind of issues as such, well, I have, but a little bit less direct, but I won't go into that. But the point is, sorry, I'm chewing and talking. I hate to see it. So I hate when I'm actually doing it. But so what I did, and this is a recent thing actually, is that I kind of decided not to use Facebook anymore, because I just thought Facebook as a tool itself I don't really enjoy, because it's just adverts upon adverts. I felt like I was friends with people on there. It's different with the Lego community because there's always going to be something else, you know, perhaps a person that I've been following for years, but I've never really seen their content, but all of a sudden something flashes up that I do enjoy, or I do kind of discover actually they, for this whole time they've been doing this that I'm really interested in, whatever, or even my interest might change and gravitate towards what they do. So that can vary. But with Facebook, it's generally like people who you barely know, or you know, you were friends with, not even friends with, but knew in school, and they've added you, and you're like, okay, you don't want to kind of be rude, and then you're like, and then you're seeing like what their kids had for Christmas, and you're like, I don't care, like I'm not interested. Like,
yeah, I know.
I'm
not into your child. Stop showing me your child. It's weird.
And again, I've really made it clear on my platform that I hate people showing what they've got. But it's a contradiction, really, because that's what the social media is almost there for. Recently, somebody shared a post on Instagram where a woman had posted something on Facebook, in a Facebook group or whatever it might be, but on Facebook in general. And she posted something that she's knitting, and she's just made some panels. And somebody in the comments has put, hi, what is it you're making? And she's put, none of your business. I'm not telling you, and none of your business, because I don't know you, and I don't want to get to know you. And then obviously the comments came alive then, because people are saying, you know, Karen doesn't understand the social part of social media, and like Karen put this post here for her only, for her eyes only. And
day one of the internet.
And it is like almost a contradiction for me to say, because I remember posting in Facebook, look guys, if you want to post what your kids had for Christmas, you know, showing them opening the presents, pictures of them with their new bike, whatever, that's one thing. But it's whole pictures that I didn't like. And I say whole, I mean like taking a picture of like a mountain of wrapped presents, and then taking a mountain of, and even if the kid was sat there with it all, you would understand, because everybody's always done that. And my parents have taken those photos. They might not have showed them off, but they've taken them. And I think everybody's probably guilty of that to some degree. But it's like when, I think it was around about COVID more than anything else. And obviously there was a lot of people going without and a lot of things going on out there. And we did this kind of Mr. X thing, I think it is, where you pick a child and you pick something for them. And there was a lot of that kind of happening. And you just think these kids out there are getting nothing. And then they've got to see on social media, and it's, again, it's not even, it's so impersonal, because it's just a big picture of a pile of toys, especially when they're wrapped. And one of them was disgusting to see, because it was an absolute sea of stuff. And they must have used about 50 different types of wrapping paper, not because, you know, it's kind of sad when you mix up your wrapping paper, because it obviously kept running out. And it was like, and I just think, who's that for? Like, who have you put that on there for? What memory does that serve for you? Do you see what I mean? So I think there is still a line, because pictures of kids with the presents or whatever, you can look back, as I said, which I think social media is mostly and partly for, is to look back and create a memory or a photo book for yourself to look at, you know, as a kind of byproduct of sharing it with other people. But when it's just showing off, like and again, groups that you're in, if I was in a book group, which I was for Star Wars books, and a Lego group, that's different, because everybody there's got the same idea. So if you're showing off your holes there, it's different. But when it's just blatantly on social media, I think, and again, without even the kid being in it or any context behind it, it's just like, so I remember posting something and saying, like, you know, please think about people out there who can, whatever. If you want to put pictures of just a massive pile of presents, either pre-wrapped or after being unwrapped, with no context, I'm going to remove you from friends. And I think I saw about 4 or 5 around about Christmas time. So I was just like, remove. Didn't care who they were, family, friends, whatever. I removed them. And then Kirsty's like, well, but you're posting on there like what Lego sets you bought recently from the Lego store. And I said, yeah, but that's different, because that's in a social group. I wasn't posting that to my main my main Facebook. And she's like, yeah, but, and she was kind of right, because it's like, but that's what people do. They're always sharing, like, I went to the beach today. She said, some people can go to the beach. So is that, I said, yeah, it is difficult to draw the line. I said, but I think that was just so impersonal. Like I said, if the kid had been sat there happy, or a video of them unwrapping a big pile of presents, then fair enough, you know, to some degree. But then I just thought, she's right. I can't. So I'm going to specifically find a place where, because you can't be in a Facebook group without being on Facebook. So I just thought the easiest thing for me to do is just not use it anymore. But of course, every time I did pop on there, and mostly did pop on there to get like a picture that I might have shared of something from years ago to share on Instagram, that's Lego based or Star Wars Lego or whatever, or just Star Wars. Every time I've done that, I've gone on there and realized I've like thousands of messages because I haven't been on there for months, and people wishing me happy birthday and this, that, and the other. And I just thought, I'm not interacting with these people at all. Friend requests through the roof, mostly people I've removed. And then I thought, I don't want it to feel like I'm ignorant. So it's easier for me to, but I still want to keep it open so that I can access it from time to time, but not interact with people. So what I've done is I basically deleted my entire friends list, and now I just use it. I think there's a way you can deactivate it, but then you've got to reactivate it every time you want to look at like pictures and stuff. So I've just left it like that. But then I don't think that's going to change anything, because now all those people, or some of those people I've removed who still use it regularly, will be like, oh, why have I been unfriended? Oh, and then I'm getting comments, private messages of people saying, oh, you've removed me from my friends. What, you're from your friends? Why is that? I was just thinking, and I remember there being on Facebook this big thing of like a competition of how many friends you've got.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to somebody and them going, oh, are you new to Facebook? This is, somebody I used to know years ago and barely know, and I probably wouldn't even have a conversation with if I bumped into him in the street. And they're like, are you new to Facebook? I was like, no, I've been on Facebook since like, I think it was 2017. And they were like, oh, you haven't even got 100 friends. And I'm like, well, how many? Yeah, but I haven't got 100 friends in real life. So that's pretty good for me. If I've got like 89 friends, I don't think if I had a party, I wouldn't invite 89 people. So I said, and they were like, oh, well, I've only been on for 5 years and I've got over 2,000 friends. I'm like, why are you making it sound as if that's like a status? It's like the more friends you've got, the better. How many of them
do they interact with?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You'd get to be all day saying hello, wouldn't you?
Oh, I know. And I just think, so what? So you're better than me? You're higher in life than me because you've got more friends on Facebook that are virtual friends that you probably don't even speak to. And that's another reason why when I came over to YouTube and decided to try and build a community of my own, I was like, yeah, it's great to have subs. And again, it's controversy really, and almost contradictory that I'm talking about trying to get to 1,000 subs whilst complaining that other people are talking about. But it's not about a boastful thing. It's not about saying, yay, I've got this, you haven't got that. It was more of a just, I like to hit this target and it would be nice, but I also want to try and grow the community, hence these streams. But I want it to be active and interactive people. I don't want it to just be like numbers and dead numbers. Yeah. And I've seen lots of people do that, and they're like, I can't believe you've been on Instagram for 2 years and you still haven't got 1,000 followers. And I'm like, but I haven't done anything to try and get any. I think
I've got 4. But then I've not actively been posting or wanting it, really.
Yeah.
Because it's not, I don't know, I'd like to do this, but I don't know that I have the time, energy or inclination to do what it takes. I couldn't do what you're doing now, do this every day.
Right.
Especially the whole potentially talking to yourself bit, unless somebody comes on with you.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably go into such weird tangents that it would either bring me a lot of followers that I wouldn't want, or just turn people off.
Yeah, well, that tends to be like, what comes with it. And I think you're right, because sometimes I tend to just waffle on a little bit, but Kirsty always says you've got I don't know whether I'd say a gift, but the gift of the gab, to the point where you can maintain and hold conversation, and you've always seemed to have like a story or a comment. She said, like, sometimes she says you talk about things on the stream where she tunes in, and she said, I've never heard you even mention that before. She said, but I know it's true, because it's nobody would have that detailed a story at the drop of a hat that you hadn't planned to talk about. She said, so it's just that you've just never shared. And she said, it's nice to see you in an environment where you're comfortable to share that. She said, because when we go out and we're in social environments, I'm not like that at all. I mean, in fact, I'm the complete opposite. I feel like I was probably the quietest person at Bricktastic when we weren't on stream, when we were kind of knocking about. So that's not an act. That's not I'm on stream now, so I'm going to be active. This is still me. But what I'm saying is that I find when we're talking about something that I'm passionate about, and which obviously I'm not talking about Lego and Star Wars while I'm, out with other friends or out with family, you see what I mean? So I'll tend to just sit there and be a bit more quiet or a bit reserved. But, and obviously in larger groups, I can be a little bit overwhelmed sometimes. Like we used to go to a managers conference, and I got on with all the other managers, all my other peers. But whenever we went to this conference thing, like I would just keep disappearing. I'd be like, where are you? And I'm like, I just, this, when everybody's together in this massive crowd, I just find it, I prefer to be, and I always prefer to be there and other people join than there be a big crowd and you join in. Because I remember as a kid, my mum used to say that I was terribly shy, but also really outgoing. In that, if we went to like a party, like a kids party, which you go to a lot as kids, and you go and you've got a present and you go and said, if you got there and everybody else or most of the people were already there, you wouldn't go in. You were scared to go in and you'd take ages to go in, or you'd kind of circle around the background. She said, whereas if you got there and you were one of the first there, you'd be great. And then as more and more people came, you'd be alive and you'd be the center of attention, all the rest of it. She said it was just such a contrast to what you were like. And I was the same. Like I was like really animated when I was in my classroom and making jokes and entertaining the rest of the class. But when we went out into the playground, I was just kind of sat in a corner kind of thing. Do you see what I mean? So it was, and that's probably the best way I can describe the way I am in terms of sociable. So in this environment, it's, and like I said, Kirsty says that she's seen a change in me since I've been doing this. She said, because it's like an outlet for you, a chance for you to talk about things with people who are like-minded, but also share your interests and hobbies, because you can't do that, you know, out in the open. If I started, you know, swinging a Lego set round out in the street, people would think there was something wrong with me, like, you know. So, but on here you can do it and you can get away with it. And that goes back to what we were talking about, in that I do think I tried to give people a bit of a wide berth. I'm always going to have my opinions, and I'm quite opinionated when it comes to, like, I don't think this is good, I don't think that's good. But at the same time, I think people should have that kind of freedom to do what it is they want. I just think that there's a way, people should read the room, and people should find the right place to do it. So I'm never going to judge people openly or think less of people whilst they're in a Lego group. I might say that I don't like that kind of thing and that doesn't appeal to me between me and you, but I'm never going to go in their comments and go, oh, I don't really want to see your Lego set.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, you don't need to see it. Bugger off then, kind of thing. You know? So I always think with social media, the idea of having sub-communities and groups, and that's why when I came onto Instagram, I put Cool Hand Luke, and Kirsty said, well, most people have their real name and then their handle. And I said, yeah, but I don't want people to find me. She said, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't want people from outside this community to find me. I don't want like friends from school and family, because they're going to be looking and thinking, what the hell is he talking about? They're not going to be interested in it. I'm not going to be sharing pictures of me and Maya down on the beach and us going to a family zoo. I'm not sharing stuff like that. So there's no reason why the family should want to be here, unless they happen to be Lego fans as well, which I don't know of any. Then it's kind of pointless and being pointless. Do you see what I mean? So I haven't actually got any social media where family or friends can find me and interact with me anymore. And I'm happy with that. I'm comfortable with that, because I don't really see the point of it. I've made an active decision not to be in contact with them. So that's not, so I don't want them to just find me some other way. And I'm not hiding either, but it's like, for me, that is there to share with other Lego, Star Wars, and particularly Lego Star Wars people, you know, what I enjoy doing, my creativity, my interests, my hobbies, that's it. And then I had a couple of family members on, and they do like, but you just know that they're liking it because, oh, yeah, we better give him a like.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't need it. I'm not interested. Yeah, you know what I mean? So, same
that's
with me.
What I like about Substack. So I write on Substack in a completely different name. And the only person who knows what my other name is my daughter. And it gets read every time it goes out in the digest. It gets read.
What is that then?
It's so it's a lot of authors use it, a lot of writers. So it's like a blogging site,
right?
But then people write books on there and all that sort of thing.
Oh wow!
And it's because it's completely anonymous and nobody knows it's me other than my daughter, because she obviously comes into it sometimes because I'm writing truthfully. There's no filter there,
right?
And the book that I'm currently writing is loosely based on me, well, things that have happened in my life, being able to do that anonymously, and the name that I use on my Substack will go on the book when I publish it, because I'll self-publish. Being able to do that anonymously means that there's nobody going, oh, bless her, we'll give her a like. They like it or they don't.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like about that, because there's very little interaction in feedback wise. So I'm just putting my thoughts out there, or writing what I'm writing, or however I'm doing it. And there's zero judgment. They like it or they don't. It's as simple as that. And it's really refreshing, because I'm not performing. I'm not trying to curate something for somebody else. It's purely selfishly for me. And if nobody reads it, they don't read it. I don't care. But I get 100% read rate. So if they open it, they read it.
Wow. So they're not able to like comment or anything on any of it?
Yeah, they can leave comments.
Oh, okay.
So
it can be interactive. It just doesn't need to be.
It just doesn't need to be. And because what I'm writing is, I'm not inviting commentary. It's just something I've observed, or something that I've done, or something that I do. And it's not controversial. It's quite, I suppose, to the outside world, quite boring. Right. Potentially, but it doesn't have to be. It just depends. So it hits the right people, or it doesn't. And I don't care about the feedback or the interactions, or whether somebody's read it or not. Really don't care. But the fact that my read rate is 100% is enough for me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's the way I feel sometimes about analytics that I see for the show, is that when you see the percentage of people who watch it, either almost all or to its fullness, maybe not right away, but at some point, so they'll go back and that's actually quite good for me. And like I've always said, I'd prefer 20 people who watch the entire show than 200 people who watch a minute. You know what I mean? So, because then, you know, you engage with that sort of that audience, which I think is great. But so tell me more about the book then you're writing. Is it like fiction, non-fiction?
Well, it's non-fiction. But there are aspects of it. I'm not going to give the plot away, because, you know, it might be published and nobody will ever buy it. But there are aspects. So there are things that have happened in my life that are things that don't happen to everybody.
Right.
And they're also things that happen to a lot of women.
Oh, okay.
In many ways, some good, some bad. And it's just a look on it because the character is basically the same age as me.
Right.
Looking back on life and romance and the future and being alone or living alone. And it makes it sound quite dull, but actually it's probably going to be quite racy.
Oh, okay.
Because why not? Because that sells.
Smut sells.
Yeah, it really does. And just to make sure that I know what I'm writing, I have my Kindle is full of it.
Right.
So I know what I can't write, because I know what doesn't read well, and I know what gets boring.
Okay.
So, but we'll see. I'm only like 3 chapters in, so.
See, that's really interesting. I find that kind of stuff really, because I work in a shop that sells books, and although, you know, I've never read a book myself, it is something I've been interested in. But I think I would always want to write either science fiction, but I haven't got the time, the effort, and the kind of the knowledge of wordplay in terms of the written word, spoken word maybe, but not the written word, to be able to kind of formulate a story very well. But I've always wanted to write and illustrate a children's book, because I used to be pretty good at drawing. It's not something I've kept up with, but I've got some good ideas for stories, for kids' stories, and I've been looking at like how to get published, and I think it's easier to some degree. You know, you can't make a living off it unless, you know, you're banging out a book a week or whatever. But I think it's more of a hobbyist type thing. So a lot of these people and I see like a lot of the same authors come back over and over again, even if it's not part of a series, are writing kids books, and we call them picture flats, but they're just, you know, kids storybooks, you know, maybe 20 pages, and it's more illustration and a basic story, but it's generally always got a sound moral. And I've had an idea for a story that I've had for years, and I'm like, I really want to put this into action. I'd want to illustrate it myself as well, but I'd be more than happy to get a colorist or, you know, an illustrator to kind of take the reins for that. If it meant that my story was still mine, the story was still mine, because that's where, you know, that's where the kind of heart and the soul of the book generally is. But I've always wanted to do something like that. So I'm interested talking to people about books and writing books, because even if it's not the same kind of thing, there's a lady who comes into my store quite regularly, and her name is Sonia Colaves. She has written and had published quite a few books, and the description of those is exactly like what you just talked about, where it's quite, you know, there's quite some racy stuff in there, and it's like, and I was talking to her recently because she comes in the store all the time. She lives local, and she said, although we don't sell her books, unfortunately, because, you know, it's not, she's not with a huge publisher. She said that, you know, it would sell really well. And I'm like, look, I don't get you know, I'm the store manager. I don't manage the business. So I still don't get to say, hey, let's just start selling this book. And not only that, but the reason why the company I work for gets the books at such a good price is because we buy them in massive bulk. We buy like 50,000 copies, 500,000 copies. I said, so you'd need to be able to produce that many and then get head office to kind of sign off on it. Where she's like, oh, my books go for $11.99 each, and she sells them at like, you know, different conventions she goes to, and she takes like a stack of them, and she'll have like a box of books in the back of her car, and that's it. Like, or she might have a couple of boxes at home, but it's not, you know, the kind of volumes we'd be needing for a national company. So I just said to her, like, that would, I mean, she said, well, can you have it in your store and sell it? And I'm like, well, how? Because it would have to go through our till system. We're not just going to start taking cash for things and putting in a separate pot for you. And then there's obviously a security risk there. Where's that money going? Where's it gone? You know, you could turn up then a couple of weeks later and the money's not right. And then who's responsible? I said, no, we can't. As a national company, we can't just do that kind of thing. But, you know, fair play to her for trying. But after that conversation, it kind of, you know, she realized that, you know, she was kind of trying to flog a dead horse. We were talking a little bit about it, and she was just saying, she said, you know, the amount of women that she speaks to are kind of her kind of age, or, you know, in a lot of cases older as well, who love her stuff, and they stop her all the time and talk about her and go, oh my God, I can't believe it. But like steamy scenes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, she's obviously onto a winner there with, and it's surprising how much, because for some people that's their, I wouldn't say their escape, but it's their chance to kind of have a little bit of where they might not have it in their real life or whatever. And it's like a getaway for some people. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same as me reading like science fiction or anything else. It's as realistic or as unrealistic as it might be. Sometimes it's about, you know, book writing, especially for adults, should always be about giving people the opportunity to read about something they would want to do or could never do, but want to live vicariously through a character. Like, you know what I mean? So,
and especially when it comes to relationships, because I mean, I don't know about your history or anything, but I mean, I've had 3 serious relationships and a smattering of one nights to whatever's, you know, and the best men are fictional.
Yeah.
The best relationships are fictional. And the sort of man that I would ever entertain in my life is probably fictional.
Yeah. They don't exist. Like,
they don't exist.
They're like
and
unicorns.
The frailty of a relationship is down to that, you know, those expectations, and that I just won't put up with the shenanigans that go along in some of the relationships, or the relationships that I've had, you know, the controlling and the you can't do this, or you should do that, or I want to do this, or what, you know, the mental load. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah.
So being able to write something that gives the mental load, you know, shares it all and makes the relationship that I think I deserve. I mean, yeah, giving that to other women is, you know, that's probably what we all want, really. And the same goes for men. I expect that most men's favourite women are fictional.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I think it's for that reason. It's, you know, because I think to some degree, you know, that, you know, in real life, that person doesn't really exist. And you almost don't want them to, because it kind of spoil the, you know, spoil the luster of it, if you like. So, But no, I yeah, some really interesting points there. I've never really thought of it from that point of view. But I'd be really keen to know how it goes. So what would be the process then in terms of once it's fully written? Like how long do you think it would take? You think it'll take you to kind of finish it based on the
Well, it's taken me the whole of this year to get to 3 chapters, but a lot of that was the planning.
A year is in 12 months or since January?
This whole, since 2026, because I made the decision around Christmas time to start doing it.
Wow.
So that, but the thing about thrashing out the planning is that I know where the story's going to go. So the writing itself is quicker in that way, but then you've got to edit it. So once I've written a few pages, I go back and self-edit, because I've been writing very much as I talk, which is not necessarily how you want to read.
Oh.
And then I would give it to, so my best friend, for example, is waiting with bated breath to read it, which is a little bit weird, but also really nice because I know she'll be honest. And I would just get other people to read it because I can't afford an editor. And
Right.
there are people that would do it online, so I may look into that. But then self-publishing, I mean, Amazon's probably the easiest way to go, because I would probably do Kindle or, a digital read for the first thing and try it that way and see what happened and see what because if you go onto Facebook, you get all those ads. Because I Googled the whole genre in November, December time, my Facebook is filled with smut ads. So there's obviously a way that you can do that. It just depends, really. I mean, but there are many self-publishing routes, I believe. But I mean, I would probably put it on Substack as well, and I would do a chapter at a time. Wow. So that would then be free. But this isn't necessarily, like you said, about making a lot of money. This is the start of something that I hope will become a side hustle.
Yeah, and like I said, it's about exploring creativity, and you obviously, when it comes to stuff like that, I assume most people would do that for their first few books until they can kind of hone the talent, hone the skill, work out kinks, whatever.
Yeah.
In terms of not in terms of the writing as such, because they may have been doing that their whole lives, but in terms of it going to publish and feedback and all the rest of it. And you're doing it on a more intimate scale. You're not getting panned by like thousands of people. You're getting
exactly.
or obviously, ideally, you're getting praised by small people. So then you become underground, as they call it. You're an underground success, and then it's easier then because then you can say, well, I've written these, go to a publisher, a bigger publisher down the line, I guess. Again, this is not necessarily what everybody does, but I guess in terms of becoming successful with it, it would be, if that was something somebody wanted to do, say, well, look, these are the books I've published, on a more limited scale, and I'm ready to go to the next step or whatever. And I think it's quite funny, actually, because it's similar to what happens with us doing this show and the YouTube channel, is that really it's a passion piece more than anything else. And
exactly that.
It starts as just a way to display your creativity and encourage other people to enjoy your creativity and enjoy what it is you've got to say and your platform. And then as a byproduct of that, you build a community, you build a following, and then eventually there may be a few quid here, a few quid there in for it. You might, do some merchandising. You might, start, in your case, perhaps go into some of these events and doing a book signing and like that. For you from what I said about when I was speaking to this woman, is she didn't know how she'd been doing it for years, and I think she was invited to go to a book convention where there was like multiple people there signing, and she was like, oh well, I can't see that. And she was just blown away by how many people were like, oh, I like so and so and this character this and this character that, and do you think that he did this because? And she was like, I can't actually remember. She said because to her it's just like if somebody came in the chat now and said, I think Force Bricks did it recently when he came on and said, oh, and he updated this so and so that you planning on doing, and I'm like, I had to take a second to think, what's he talking about? And I thought, oh yeah, a couple of shows back, I talked about some of the plans I had for this year, which were true. I didn't make them up or anything, but they were in front of my mind. So I'm thinking, he's taken that piece of information and he's excited about it and he's remembered it and he's come back. And I'm like, wait, what? And then you just think, that's crazy, like, you know. And obviously in the case of her, she was going to this, and the amount of people who were there, and she said the amount of, like, because of the type of stuff she reads, where it's quite racy and raunchy and all the rest of it, not like, you know, pornographic, but quite, you know, adult based or whatever.
Titillating.
Yeah, and just kind of like, you know, those kind of scenes and like that kind of stuff. And she said the amount of like elderly women who were coming, and she was like, if I'm so glad my husband doesn't read the books that I read. And do you know what I mean? And like, obviously she's thinking, oh Christ, you think they'd be more into Mills and Boon or whatever. But she said, no, they were really into it. And she was signing copies of her book, and she was just like surprised how much of a following there is out there, because you don't necessarily see the numbers of people. You see the numbers of people buying it, but people enjoying it is two different things. And even if you do see that people have bought it and enjoyed it, to see that face to face,
Yeah.
and it is quite gratifying. And it comes back to like, are we doing this for the reasons I said, and to have a platform and to share, or are we doing it because we like people saying, like people enjoying it, and like people saying how good we are and how much they enjoy our show? And it's probably a little bit of both. Slowly it does develop into more one than the other, because eventually you start doing the show because you've got people who rely on you to do it, as opposed to, and the same with, you know, I suppose the same with any creative art, is that, you know, it becomes, and I don't want it to get to the point where it becomes a chore or a job. But obviously, if, you know, like I said, if we develop to the point where, you know, we can make some money off it, if that was ever the case, then obviously, you know, you've got that commitment there as well, you know. So, but no, it's really interesting to hear about, and yeah, I'd love to see how that goes. So do you estimate then, you think you could get it finished like maybe by the end of the year or sooner?
Yeah, I'm hoping by November time it will be done.
Oh,
wow. And then maybe publish it around Christmas. I don't know. But in the meantime, I'm going to be doing short story competitions. I don't know if you've seen any of those advertised anywhere, because you get feedback from those, like a critical feedback, because nobody's ever really when I write with work, because we put short shows on for like puppetry and things for kids, it's always been a collaborative thing. So my writing is more an idea that is then played at, like, almost improvisation writing. So my writing's never been critiqued, not since I was at school. Right. So, and then I was quite often told I was a little bit too out there. So we'll see. Yeah, but I'm going to do a few of those. I'm hoping to do at least one a month from April, so that I'll have April, May, June and July, you know, get feedback, but they take a few months to feedback, so we'll see. Yeah,
be cool. You could do like a regular live stream, just reading like a chapter every day, or like a book club type scenario. That'd be pretty cool.
You'll read my porn.
Yeah, come in and settle in with me whilst I
have you got your tea and your blanket and your tissues?
Yeah. Okay. What's up, Joel? Didn't miss you, mate. So I initially, right, I did this Cold Fusion, you know, for multiple different reasons, primarily because obviously I'm off work at the moment, and Kirsty's in work all day, and I just thought I can't have another day of just that watching telly. And I've also spent a lot of the week tinkering away at little bits of housework, what I can do.
Housework? Outrageous.
Yeah, so, but it's more, you know, obviously I generally do most of the housework anyway, because Kirsty works longer than me, but, you know, I'm just trying to do things that we haven't had a chance to do for a while. So, but obviously within the limitations of my physical ability as well. So, but I just thought, I'll have the weekend off. As sad as that sounds when I'm already off work, but, you know, I'll have the weekend just relaxing. But I just thought, I don't really want to watch any more TV or films or movie. Why not do a Cold Fusion stream? But the original idea was to get the guys together as a bit of a Bricktastic reunion. But for whatever reason, even though they all seemed to be up for the idea, and I was like, yeah, probably because I did it short notice, because it was only yesterday I decided I was going to do it. Don't seem to have got many biters.
You got me instead, you lucky man.
Yeah, like I said, I'm always glad for people to come on, regardless. But but you know, considering it was, you know, I felt like I was doing it for them or putting it on to help them because they were all like, oh, we need to have a get together, and I was like, well, why don't we do one on a stream? And they'd be like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Right, okay, let's do it then. But at the same time, I realized A, short notice, and B, on a weekend, especially people with families, they've got a lot going on.
Yeah.
So
yes, poor old me on my own. I've got nobody to distract me.
well, yeah, it's not always such a bad thing though.
I love being alone, to be honest. My life is so content these days. There's no pressure. You know, the performative thing that we were talking about. I don't have to be doing something every weekend.
Yeah,
and that's really nice.
That is the thing, and that's one thing I always think about. And it's like, oh, but I know that if we weren't doing the show, I would miss it. And also, I know I wouldn't be doing anything else at that time of night. I would just be watching telly or just scrolling on my phone. So I just think, you know, but I do sometimes have those thoughts of, you know, do we want to keep doing this? But they're usually just kind of flashes, mostly because when I'm like getting a bit stressed out and I've got, I'm trying to create something and I can't do it, or, you know, if we've got a particular guest on and I want to kind of make sure the show is, you know, presentable for them, and I can't. That's the only time I get a little bit stressed out about it. But
yeah,
we've recently taken on a new co-host. Jokes aside, although obviously, you know, Ostif and Maul don't get involved anymore, so, you know, effectively we've lost two, but we've gained one. So I've asked Liam to step in as a kind of casual host, so he's going to be popping on probably a little bit more than before. But the main reason I asked him to kind of step on board was because he's got quite a good knowledge and a nose for music and music creation. And I've always wanted to do a little bit more with the music. Ooh, oh, it was the ink. I was wondering what that piece was going to be.
Yeah.
That's cool. I've always wanted to be a bit more creative with the music we use for the show. And I've just never had the patience or time to do it. And I haven't got a great ear for music. So he's going to start doing that for us. So let me play you. Oh, Bearded Bricks is out there. How we doing, mate? Yo, yo, yo.
Hi, Bearded.
Bearded it's an open stream, mate. What that means is if you want to, or if you're free to, same with anybody else watching, want to come on and join the panel and have a little chat with us, by all means do so. I'm not going to post the link in the chat, but I will send it to you if you need it. The StreamYard link. But obviously, if you're just popping by or just watching, then that's more than that's appreciated too. And of course, another reminder out there: if you haven't given us a sub, please do so, because this, although this is a Cold Fusion stream, which is usually has a completely different purpose to any other stream, we are also on our road to 1K. So a stream a day, and in this case, in today's case, 2 streams a day. Until we get to 1K. So yeah, so let me play you, what have we got? So this one's quite short, and these are all kind of works in progress, but we may end up keeping some of them, but check this out.
I like that.
And it keeps looping, so there's that. And then there's a couple that he's made for Whittaky's Box of Boys, but I don't want to play those because obviously they're Whittaky's.
Yeah.
So I want to leave that beat for him. But we did say we're going to play him on the show tonight and going to get the chat to poll it and decide which they think is the best. But I don't want to steal his thunder. But I will play you this one. Again, this is something actually I did, not Liam. It's not quite what I wanted. I put for the music to be a bit more fun than what we've had in the past, so that it kind of matches the theme of the show, as opposed to it being a bit like some hard hip-hop type thing. And also because I'm the only person in the hosts that is really into that style of music, whereas the other guys are into varying different things. So I thought, let's make something a bit more fun. Pumped in a bunch of information, and it came up with, to me, sounds a bit too nursery rhyme-ish, but we'll play it anyway, see what we think.
Back in the valley where the Wolf Stream falls, Luke is staring at the Star Wars on his walls. He talks a big game of the brick and the plate, but his building hands are leaning on the hands of fate. While the internet hums through a potato core, Slurpee's Irish wit is cutting like a sword. Frame by frame, he makes the plastic come alive, even if his router barely helps him survive. It is a frozen sanctuary for the plastic soul, with the block and mascots keeping us whole. From the Bristol docks to the Mexican sun, the legends of the Lego have only just begun. Yeah, we are hanging cool where the pieces fit. In a world of imagination, we will never quit.
And in music, gods, what is the word of the street? When the rhinestone cowboy finds a steady beat, rock out with the MOC out, let the talent show. Beyond the instruction booklets that we used to know.
The boy Scott is standing at the front of the line, while the curly hair of O-Town begins to shine. Old man Whittaky is counting up the years with a bunch of boys to calm his Bristol fears. Swing for the cupboard in a monthly ritual, while the age jokes become something habitual. Beside him, Nibble in the Grogu fleece tonight, with a grumpy accent shining very bright. He says, "Drive right," and vanishes into the air, leaving saucepan echoes everywhere.
The major brings the army drill to the screen, the sharpest Padawan that we have ever seen.
Ninjago dreams under a Mexican sky.
As the dragon wings begin to fly high,
It is a frozen sanctuary for the plastic soul. Make the rocket mascot keeping us whole. From the Bristol docks to the Mexican sun, the legends of the Lego have only just begun. Yeah, we are hanging cool where the pieces fit. In a world of imagination, we will never quit. It is a frozen sanctuary for the plastic soul. Rip the rocket mascot keeping us whole. From the Bristol docks to the Mexican sun, the legends of the Lego have only just begun. Yeah, we are hanging cool where the pieces fit. In a world of imagination, we will never quit.
So
I like that. It started Wiggles and then went on a little bit to Lazy Town. I like
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, I felt a bit too cheesy for me. Now the lyrics are pretty much the same, but this is the other. I won't play the whole thing because, like I said, the lyrics are exactly the same. But this is the other version that they spat out, which I actually prefer the style of. But again, it's still a bit too fun time for me. Wait, no, that's the same one. Nope. I can't even tell the difference between them.
Back in the valley where the Welsh rain falls,
Luke is staring at the Star Wars on his walls.
he talks a big game of the brick.
They are actually very different, but when you start listening to it, don't sound a lot different. But I think one is a guy does a verse and then a woman does a verse. But in this one, is they do a line each. But there's a slight difference to the kind of background music and stuff. So, but yeah, so I've given that stuff to Liam, and he's given me a couple of samples so far of what he could do. And it's like he sent me one that was kind of like London grime type music, and I actually enjoyed it. Certainly the lyrics, but again, the style I don't think really matches our audience or whatever. So I wanted to be somewhere in between, a bit more kind of pop based as opposed to, you know, one extreme to the other. Send me that song and I'll play it every time we show Mark. Send me the rock out with your mark out, lol. No, mate, that's copyrighted now. We own that. It's actually specifically for our segment that we've recently started doing. Let me show you is that no. So this is the segment here, Rich. If I can freaking find it. I need to go and get my mouse. I'm using this bloody pad thing. I can't get my head around it. So this is Rock Out with Your Mark Out, and the point of the show, and Rock Out with Your Mark Out was actually, the title was created by our viewers and voted for by our viewers. So we had our viewers come up with different names of calling that segment, and then I think this was one of multiple different suggestions, which then ended up winning the poll. So I can't actually remember any others off the top of my head, but I did actually lose the list at one point as well. But so yes, it's very kind of, it's been created by not just us, but our viewers as well, or our audience, if you like. So so no, mate, you can't have that. It's mine. Right, personal for the show. Free but if you wanted to reach out to Liam Brick the Bed to get him to create one for you, mate, then by all means do so, because he's doing some stuff for us at the moment. But yeah, normally I'm quite a share, OpenSea type person, but when it comes to that, I don't think it'd really have the same impact anywhere else, apart from with our audience, because obviously they help create it and choose it. I did mean to change the color of this as well while I'm here, because I'm sick of this purple. Let's go for, that's a bit better. What else was I thinking of just then? Yeah, so Rock Out with Your Mark Out, and we've also got, they mentioned it in that song, actually, like I still haven't been able to do this. So Kirsty has signed up for what do you call it, ChatGPT Plus, the premium version of ChatGPT, which we're using for all the stuff for a wedding. But what I'm going to try and do is get some animated screens while she's got it to put together, because I think, this is okay, but I'd rather have something that's a bit like the moves. The original plan was to take this one and have the Ice Cube guy melt into the word mock. So it's not, it only takes a couple of seconds, but it's just a bit more friendly to the eye, rather than just seeing like, and not only that, but it's a pain in the ass keep going back and forth between these banners. And then if you've got to put this up, whoops, I almost deleted it, this up and try and play music at the same time, it's difficult to try and do two things at once, because they're all like in a long, it's hard to explain, but it's really difficult to navigate this thing on StreamYard. But yeah, so works in progress. We're working towards fine tuning the show and making it better, and putting more effort into making it more, user friendly and exciting for the viewers. But yeah. So we've come up with one. We've got one for Rock Out with Your Mark Out. We've got an intro. Hopefully, gonna have a new outro, an intro. We're gonna have one Slurpee's free. Hopefully, at some point this year, you can update the intro video and try and include some of the other guys. And we've also got Whittaky's Box of Boys segment, which I've got to do an image for, but we've got, at the very least, we've got a jingle for it. A jingle, that was the word I was looking for.
Do you remember the Gary Davis one from, was it Radio 1?
Ooh, Gary Davis. Ooh, Gary Davis. Yeah, I'm surprised anybody else remembers that. What was there was the one for Steve Wright as well.
Oh, was he the one that did the love story one?
I can't remember. I can't remember, but it was like Steve Wright in the afternoon or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I remember some of those old jingles on the radio. I would have forgotten that I even knew that until you said that. Gary Davis, Jesus.
I used to love listening to Gary Davis.
I don't think I really remember him as much, but I do remember that jingle. And that's kind of what we're looking for, is we're looking to create, like,
memorable.
And stuff that becomes synonymous with the show, which we've already started doing with, like, the Ice Cube guy where he changes, and Blockhead, and some of these titles, and just certain things, like certain topics of conversation, like Whittaky's Flaps, and You know, it's nice to kind of create this a show environment that we've cultivated, but not just that, but the viewers have cultivated with us. You know what I mean? So it feels, and that's why I think it'd be a cool idea for you to have your name suggestions. You know, yeah, and obviously it's up to you whether you actually want to take it or not. But because I just think I love that kind of stuff. You know, I've always enjoyed that. Like, you know, I remember some of my favorite teachers in school. Not to suggest that I'm, you know, teaching anybody anything, but some of my favorite teachers were the ones who would engage and find creative ways to get you to be involved in what's going on. And whereas there'd be other teachers who were, you know, either never learned from or weren't memorable, or I just remember them being boring because they just stand up there and talk the whole time. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're listening to a show where you're listening to us talk, but at least we try to have a little bit of, you know, interaction. So yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool if we ended up, because the guys I think are fed up of it now, because in our planning group, it's like, oh, what can we turn that into a poll? And it's just like, I'm surprised none of them made a joke yet, but it's like, you know, not everything has to be a frigging poll, but
the interaction's important. I agree.
And it gets people engaged because obviously people are, you know, waiting to see it. Oh, that was what I was starting to say. In case Rich is still there, I kind of lost my train of thought for some reason, but in case Rich is still there and he's interested. So what we do with Rock Out Your Mock Out is every week, the 4 hosts, and sometimes we vary it. So like, for example, I got London Bridge coming on today, Greg, on today's or this evening's show. And we've given him the opportunity to pick 4 of his own mocks. So the chat will poll his 4 and poll our 4, and then we'll have 2 winners go on, because it doesn't have to be one from every show as such. So if we have specific mock creators on, we'll get people just to pick from theirs. But at the moment, we're doing Bricktastic kind of wind down, or Bricktastic Unpacked. So we're picking like 4 mocks, or picking a mock each from Bricktastic that we saw that we loved. And then we each talk about them and showcase them. And then the chat will decide which is the winner. And each of those winning mocks will go through to a brackets battle. And later on in the year, once we've got either 32, or probably 32 makes sense, 32 different mocks, we'll have an episode dedicated to just letting the chat decide through a brackets battle which one goes to the next round until we have one ultimate winner. And then we'll try and get that winner on then on a show following to talk about their mocks. And, you know, it's just an ongoing idea that we've had. So in case, you know, Rich, because he asked, or because he mentioned Rock Out Your Mock Out, that is what it is. It's not just, because I talked a little bit yesterday about being kind of derivative of different things. And like every panel show out there, and even the lad said this when I was like, we need to start doing like a mock of the week type thing. And like, oh, every other show does that. That's boring. And I'm like, yeah, but how can we make it more exciting? How can we make it engaging? Rather than just every other show just has their panel pick mocks that they like and talk about them. So everybody else is just sat there watching. How do we get the chat to be involved with it, but also make it creative so that down the line it becomes part of something bigger, rather than just we talk about these mocks that week and then we move on to something else, you know? So that was, I think, what was important for me, is it's not just introducing a new segment, it's introducing a segment that's different to other people's, and also, you know, has a purpose long term. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check what we're like on subs. We did have a couple of new people pop in on the show very early on that I didn't recognize, so I assume are new. I'm just wondering if they did actually end up giving me a sub as I requested. So, oh, well, at least one of them did. So,
yay!
So we've had 3 since yesterday's stream. Again, not as many as previous shows, but certainly.
Maybe it was me talking about my smart book. It put them off.
No, well, like I said, I always wanted this to be more of a variety show, and obviously, you know, the underlying.
There's always variety if I'm on.
Yeah, but it's just I want to talk about different things. Like, obviously, I'm happy to talk about the Lego all day as well, but it's nice to talk about different things and be a bit more, you know, open about it. So at the moment, Kirsty got me some of these Kinder
Nice.
Surprises.
I've got.
Oh, which toy did you get? Oh, I got the Boba Fett. Actually, that's pretty cool. Does that fit inside one of these?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see.
I've
the
also
Boba
got
Fett.
Luke as well, but Luke fell off, and I'm not sure if he's under my sofa or Paddy got him. I'm sorry, but so what was this called?
Boba Fett. It's funny actually because I'm looking on the top of the box and I can see one of them is a stormtrooper and he's holding a shield that looks like that shield piece thing that you picked up earlier.
It was the stormtrooper I wanted, the white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would probably want either Vader or Chewbacca. I can't actually see them all. The way they've done the picture on the box is really cool. Can't actually see. I think that's Kylo Ren over there. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to open one of these at the end of the stream, but only if we get up to 5 new subs. So at the moment we've had 3, so we need 2 more, and I can open one of these. And then if we get another 5, I'll open another one, and another 5, I'll open another one. Because why not?
Question is, do you like the chocolate?
I do actually. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not a massive. I mean, Kirsty said that. Is there any way you can open the egg and show the toy or whatever if you want on the stream, and then keep me the chocolate? And I was like, she obviously bought them for me, so I was just like, yeah, I don't mind doing that. She's like, I know the chocolate's the best part, and I was like, no, for me, it's the toy. So, or was the toy?
I have probably 60, 70, maybe more Kinder egg toys. It's yeah.
That you've had recently, or that you've kept since you were younger?
I've kept them over the years. I mean, sometimes we have a scrap store near us, and they have kids that like to do crafts with things. So sometimes I put them in there. So the last one that I got, so they did a Playmobil range. So I've got Batman.
Oh yeah,
but I've got
cool.
all of them. So there's like Supergirl, Robin. Of course, I can't think of any others. I've got a glow in the dark dinosaur. That was a recent one. And then there was like an animal set. So it's a skunk. I like skunks.
This is really interesting. I didn't mean to knock this off, but I knocked this bamboo plant off, and I noticed underneath there's this symbol.
Oh yeah.
There. What's that for? What's that all about?
Well, it's lucky bamboo, isn't it? From China.
Right.
So it's probably one of the coin symbol things that they have.
Oh, okay. So there's not one of them underneath all the plants then?
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh, okay. Because I've never built one, so I never even.
Oh, I see what you mean. Underneath the other sets. No, I don't have a bamboo. So, but they did the Chinese New Year series, didn't they? So that was probably one of those.
Right.
I don't know if it's attached on this one. No. But they do little Easter eggs, don't they? Because inside this book that I've built, there are 2 little tiny discs as well. One's got a bee on it, and one's got I can't remember what the other one was. Something blue.
I'm not used to that kind of thing because, again, I only do Lego Star Wars, but I don't remember. Apart from now and then, you get the pink block, and then I found out recently what that meant. Was that they all get cake when they make a set with a pink block in the middle.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, so I'm watching it.
Cool.
There's a documentary about Lego, and basically, when they're designing a set, if they manage to design a set and are able to put a light pink, I think it specifically has to be a 2x2 pink block. So obviously that wouldn't necessarily fit into a lot of
those.
Yeah. So there you go. So they will have had cake at the the production factory or the design team would have all had cake. So they showed them then getting like a big pink Lego shaped cake. It was only like a long flat thing kind of thing, but not like an over the top cake. And I was just like, surely they don't do that every time, and maybe that's just something they've said for the film. But
it's funny you say that, because I think most of my recent smaller builds have had a pink block in them.
yeah, so it was quite interesting. So now I always think of that. Maybe that's the reason why they did it, I guess, to get people sort of just talking about it. But that I thought was pretty cool.
Learn something new every day.
But so we don't generally get Easter eggs of any kind in Star Wars Lego sets, although I know some of the MIDI scale ships have got like little studs inside them to represent the characters who are on the bridge of that ship. That's pretty cool. But I don't know whether I'd say that was an Easter egg, because obviously in some cases you can pull a panel off to see them, but it's the closest we'll get. But unfortunately I still haven't built any of them either, so it's just become a running theme, and even when I do,
but I haven't built it.
yeah, but even when we do, I have got a set out to build. I've got to do it one part at a time. So it's like, yay, man, it's finally building Lego. Oh no, he's building it one piece at a time.
There's nothing tedious about that at all.
One piece at a time for however many weeks and months. So yeah. Right, I am gonna see. Oh, what's up? Oh, Christ! Oh, Jesus! It's nearly 4 o'clock already.
Yeah, I think it must be, because I'm getting hungry. Yeah. So, what's happening tonight? What's on the stream tonight?
Tonight we have Greg from London Bridge. So we'll do the usual segments. Greg's only there for 2 hours, so any kind of additional bits and pieces we want to do, we'll probably do in the last hour that kind of don't relate to him. But yeah, if you want to pop on in that last hour, if you're free or whatever, or we can just do it for you and do the vote on the new Instagram handle or YouTube handle or whatever you want to do. YouTube handle, then that'd be pretty cool. Something fun. I mean, I was so shocked at how everybody got into it yesterday.
Yeah, it was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that reminds me, I was meant to message Madlib and find out what his. I mean, it might probably easy to just go and watch the show back and get some of the ideas, but if you said that one was particularly good, then
yeah, SOS something. I did like the dabble in the HP suggestion from Liam as well, but I mean that would have to be a strap line, I think.
Yeah. What was the name of the name? No, what was the name? You came up. Oh, I can't even write the word. Bloody came up with during the stream yesterday for attitude was.
I mean, it was SOS something, but I can't remember what it. Is Sarah something? Maybe Sarah something shenanigans or.
Yeah. Anyway, I've asked him, see what he says.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just a lot of people are really busy today, because normally when I send out like links and stuff in some of the groups I'm in on Instagram, you get like either responses or at least people have read it immediately. But today,
Yeah.
I posted something earlier today, and it's not even been read by most people yet, and that's quite unusual because a lot of people post in this group and people, like I said, either respond or at the very least see it almost immediately in that group. So it's kind
Wake
of
up,
strange.
Liam.
Yeah. Well, I did ask him if he was free today to come on and do this. Normally, what I do when I'm doing a Cold Fusion stream is I plan it at least a week in advance, and I'll always be sure to have at least 4 or 5 people lined up to kind of not co-host, but to keep me company at some point throughout. I didn't do that this time. But the main reason I didn't do that was because people had already kind of shared the idea of, or shared an interest in me doing the show in the first place. Kind of like, well, yeah, if you do a show, we'd be up for that. So I was like, oh, well, in that case, I don't need to worry about getting some co-hosts lined up or potential viewers lined up. I'll just do what it is. Jesus. But no, Whittaky messaged earlier to say he's going to try and pop on after work. But yeah, and the other thing is that even when people had mentioned that if I did a stream they'd be interested, I didn't actually confirm I was going to do it because I didn't decide until yesterday. So it's frustrating, really, because this is the only day I could do. Really, well, I could do it in the week, but last time I did it, lots of people afterwards were like, "Oh, if I'd known you were doing it, or if you did it so and so, I could have come on, and I've been looking forward to you doing one of these again." But and I was like, well, they're not supposed to be regular things. It's just as and when. But
You should have to see them when it's suitable for you. Otherwise, it makes it what you were saying earlier about it being a job or being a chore. It needs to be organic for you to some extent.
And not only that, but I obviously, do my best to make sure that even though what you're saying there is true, and it's always what I want to do first, I still try sometimes to make sure that I'm doing it at a time that suits other people. But I don't.
Yeah.
Generally, I've done them on a Saturday because they find they're the better days. When I've tried to do it in a weekday, I don't think I've ever tried to do it on a Sunday because we've normally got the show. But yeah, so it's generally a Saturday thing. But I know from my point of view, if I hadn't done this stream, I just would have been sat there doing bugger all anyway. So I've done really stream or no stream. And not only that,
I would have done this, but I probably would have also eaten lots of cake because there is cake in the kitchen, and that's probably not ideal.
Yeah, well, I got these 2 donuts sat here, and I haven't touched them yet, which is pretty good for me. He actually can't remember, but he said Sarah's online series, I think.
Oh, yes, that was it.
Let me tuck into one of these donuts. So, what's your opinion on this Dubai chocolate thing? Because I think it's a huge farce.
Well, I refused to pay the initial bar that came out. I refused to pay the price for it because it was £10-ish or something ridiculous like that. And I like chocolate, but if I'm going to be doing that, I'll buy Montezuma's that I know I'm going to eat and like. So I've only had a cheaper version, and I have to say it was at best. It was very average. It was weirdly texturedly crunchy.
Well, I think it's a bit of a fad, like a passing thing. And I think I remember seeing something that was kind of pistachio, Dubai style, whatever you want to call it now, ages ago, like before the craze became big. And it was just no, and I thought, I've never seen like pistachio chocolate, or in this case, it's a donut, but that pistachio cream type stuff or whatever it might be. And I'm thinking, oh, I don't see stuff like that very often. I remember buying it, and it was just a normal price, and it was quite tasty. It was like, great. Within like a couple of months, all of a sudden, it just became this huge thing, and then all of a sudden, they just add in this premium to it.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of reminds me a little bit of like Lego, but I think another more recent, because Lego has at least been gradual over the years, but another recent example I can give for it is those Labubus,
Yeah.
where the popularity of them became the dictation of the price rather than, so like when they first came out, they weren't more expensive than any other kind of pop mart collectible toy or plush, but because all of a sudden it was this huge thing around them being about them being like really popular, all of a sudden that popular led to, oh well, in that case they must be premium, and therefore we can put the price up. And I really hate that kind of thing where it's like, well, if you'd bought one before before they became popular, they were, I don't know, say £5 or £6, and now all of a sudden they're like 30-40 pound. And I think, what? The product hasn't changed at all. It's just, oh, lots of people want these, so let's make them more expensive. And I really hate that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've already started noticing with the Dubai stuff now, because it's just sat on shelves, it started to come back down. And like, you know, in this case, obviously it was reduced. And I'm seeing it reduced, or, you know, in the whoopsie section or whatever, in places all the time now. So I think people have just cottoned on to being like, well, it's just another flavor of chocolate. They don't, you know, whenever they bring out, you know, Oreo recently brought out a new, I think it's a Cadbury's cream egg flavor Oreo, but it's still the same price as the others. It's just a new flavor.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of, oh, it's Dubai chocolate flavor. And because Dubai is known as like a kind of luxurious, expensive place, then they got to attach an expensive. And I thought, what a load of horse shit.
I mean, expensive and dangerous, apparently. So.
Oh, really? Oh,
have you not seen that they got dragged into something they didn't really want to be dragged into?
Mm. Yeah. I tend not to watch news as a rule, but I have seen bits and pieces and I kind of know what's going on.
Well, the only reason I have any real, because I don't watch the news either, but I keep up with America things because of my daughter.
Right.
And obviously I'm planning to go out there later on in this year, which I put off from last year because of issues.
Mm.
And then she came home for a week, so that was different anyway. But
Whereabouts
I try to avoid it.
Whereabouts in the US is she?
Seattle.
Oh, okay. Oh, well. So right over the other side of Washington State.
Yeah. Washington State is a progressive state, and Seattle is even more progressive. So it's a nice place. I loved it. I love it there, and I can't. I'm very excited to go back.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to Castro in San Francisco, where, like, you know, the gay rights movement was kind of, I wouldn't say started, but was kind of first like socially active.
Yeah.
And it was great just to walk around there and just kind of see, you know, the way the people live there, and their kind of freedom and the social acceptance they've had. And even that, you know, you're talking, when did I go? 2009. So, you know, things have changed massively since then anyway. But yeah, it's nice to see countries or states like that where they're a bit more, you know, accepting of whatever, you know, but just in general, you know.
Especially given that a lot of what you hear from America isn't very progressive and is, you know, not necessarily what you would like anybody to be like. But I do believe, it probably in my naivety, that is the minority.
Yeah. It just seems to be two extremes out there from what I've seen. But no, in terms of the news, it's funny actually because we've started watching a new TV show called Paradise. Which
I just got into that. Just started watching that.
So we just started the second season now. It's a fantastic show, and I've been trying to suggest it to Kirsty for a while, and I didn't even realize there was a new season out, and I'd only just started seeing it advertised in the last couple of weeks. So it's obviously gone under the radar. But anyway, I was jokingly talking, and I obviously don't want to give away any spoilers or anything, but I was jokingly saying to Kirsty that if something like that happened, because I'm assuming you're at the point now where you realize there was a natural disaster, because that's pretty obvious in day one. But I said to Kirsty, our problem is that because you see people on there like looking at the news to find out what's going on, and I'm like, if that was us, we wouldn't even know what was happening, because we don't watch we actively don't look at the news or watch the news or read newspapers or whatever. Even on social media, we only both of us only try to exist within like, set groups.
Yeah.
So I said it's crazy to think that in this day and age, stuff like that. I mean, I've gone into work in the past and people have made comments to me, and I'm like, don't really know what they mean by that, but okay. And they moved on. And then later on, someone else has said something, and I'm like, what is everybody talking about? And they're like, oh my God, did you not know? Have you not seen this? Have you not seen that? And I'm like, no, I don't know what you're on about. COVID was a big one for me, where I was back and forth work. And I think it must have been like 2 days where my deputy manager and even other members of staff were being like, oh, well, you never know. We could all be, I think I'd never even heard the word furlough before. Because obviously it's not a word you would use very often. But I think somebody might have used that word, and I was like, what the hell does that mean? But okay. And then someone else had said, oh, well, you never know. We could all be sat at home next week. And I'm like, what are you on about? And I just thought, and then it's just this, after 5 or 6 comments over the course of 2 days, I eventually was like, what are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? And they were like, oh, well, we could all be getting furloughed because of this COVID. What COVID? Oh, the coronavirus. No, what are you talking about? Oh, but and I was thinking, I didn't have a clue what they were talking about because I didn't, connect with any of that kind of stuff. And then started seeing like the signage and stuff going up and make sure wash your hands and separate. And I'm thinking, what is this a big? And then obviously I had to actively then go and look for this information. And I was like, oh wow, because this was at the point where I'd really kind of decided I'm not looking at Facebook anymore. But I also wasn't on looking at YouTube, and I wasn't on Instagram. So I was like actively not on any kind of social media. So there was no way of me getting news at all of even something massive like that was worldwide. And I was just like, and obviously by then I'd gotten on board with it, but they were just like, my staff or my team were just shocked because they were just like, how do you not know this was going on? And I was like, well, it's a pleasant surprise. Not, obviously there's people dying and stuff, so that wasn't good, but pleasant as in, because I think from the time I found out, I knew what was going on to the time we actually got furloughed was only a few days.
Yeah.
Whereas some people had been reading and hearing about it progressively for months, from what I could gather. Apparently, it had been in like China or whatever for like from the previous year, and people had been following it and saying that it could be crossed to whatever, and seeing countries slowly start to shut down. And I hadn't seen any of this, so it was just like, yeah, this is all true. Wow, this is real. This is really happening. This is like a big thing. And then it was like, yeah, you're all going home on full pay. And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? Oh, this is amazing. So, I remember being called up, an email coming down to the area to say all managers need to attend a conference call. I thought, okay. And at the time, I had two colleagues in the store working downstairs. And I know that I was one of the only, because when I got to that store, they had phones, like landline phones, but they weren't very good. So I went out and bought portable type phone things. And I had a couple installed in the store, and they had like a hands-free thing where you could just kind of come off it and you could press mute and stuff like that. So anyway, I remember being on this call, and it was like my area manager is just saying, right, so the company has decided that all staff are going to be furloughed and we're going to send everybody home. But we are sending down an expectation list of things you've got to do before you can close your stores. However, as soon as that list of jobs is, and this was about 12 o'clock. So it was like, as soon as you've it was 11 o'clock, because I remember her saying, as soon as you've completed this list of tasks, then you may leave the store. And some managers were saying, "Oh, it's going to be difficult for me to do that because it's busy, or I've got a delivery due in, or you know, one thing or another." Like there's some shops that don't have like an active shutter at the front of their store or doors because they're in a shopping center, so they rely on the shopping center closing before they close. So of course they couldn't close if they wanted to, because if they left the store, it would basically be open until the shopping center closed. And just little bits and pieces like that. And while they were all kind of saying, "Well, how about this? How does this work?" I was like running downstairs to my staff. I'd printed out the list because they'd actually sent it down already, which again, other managers probably hadn't even thought to check. Printed out the list, went downstairs. I gave 2 copies, 1 copy to each of my members of staff. And I just said, "They're sending us home, but we got to complete this list first. Are you guys okay to start it now? You know, I'm obviously still on the call, so I can't help you, but are you able to do it?" And they were like, "Say no more. We'll get it sorted. You can go home as soon as it's done." So I went back upstairs and we were on the call for about an hour in total. Oh, wow. He's coming along quite well. I might actually start building as well. I'm kind of feeling a bit left out here without any Lego.
Sorry.
But he's, yeah, so we were on this call for about an hour, and I remember it finished around about 12 o'clock, and I remember running downstairs, and the guys, the 2 staff there, and of course I was lucky enough to be in a very quiet store. We didn't have any deliveries due. There was no reason why we had to stay open. So I remember running downstairs, and it was like 12 o'clock, and they'd already done it all. And they were like, "Can we lock?" And I was like, "Yeah, lock the doors, lock the store." We were out of there by about 12:05. I was home by...
Nice.
I was home, sat with my feet up by 1 o'clock. And I'm in a group. We had like a WhatsApp group for the area, and there was still managers going, "Oh, I can't get..." Some of them were still there till the end of the day, and obviously they had to keep the store open and whatever. And I was just like, yes, got almost an extra full day out of it. But yeah, that was my main memory.
I was the opposite of you. That at that time I had even the app on my phone, so I'd get a news alert anytime anything happened.
Right.
I think there were a couple of events that happened in this country that triggered a OCD in me, that I needed to know everything all the time. You know,
Right.
totally terrified what was happening with the kids, etc., etc. And then COVID happened, and I just got so overwhelmed that I couldn't look at the news anymore.
Yeah.
And about probably 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, that was the last time I actually acted. No, the last news bulletin series I actually watched was the day the Queen died. Because I was away with a friend that day, and something had come up on somebody's social media, and they'd mentioned it, so I put the news on then. That's the last time I can actually remember watching the news for more than, "Oh, it's on," as I've switched over the channel, because I don't even really watch terrestrial telly, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And my life is so much better that way, because I know enough. I know what's happening. I don't need to know anymore, and I certainly don't need to fixate on it anymore, because I will OCD on it, and I will.
Really,
that's probably
yeah.
not the right word. I will panic unnecessarily, but at the same time, because I knew COVID was coming, I had a good 2 or 3 weeks worth of food in the house before everybody started panic shopping.
Right.
So there are pluses and minuses to it, but I don't have the mental capacity for it anymore. And like you, I frequently miss things that happen.
Yeah.
And it's in the moment I can feel a little bit guilty, especially when it's something terrible, like the Bondi beach attack. That completely passed me by for about 48 hours.
Right.
And then I just checked it out, and because I used to watch the Lifeguard series.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I recognised some of them, and I just sort of looked at it a little bit. But that a little bit of guilt didn't make me want to just start watching the news again. And I don't think I ever will, because there's so much that's false narrative and so much that's worded in a way that makes me question stuff that there's enough. This can't hold it all in, and it's better off without it.
No, that's 100%. I think for me, the breaking point, even though we were kind of definitely out of the loop generally before that, and I think for me it was just, you know, because we tend to watch, you know, TV shows and films, and that's it, not like just everyday thing. So it was streaming services that have kind of helped me to be in a situation like that, but also not having social media that I kind of interact with or needed to interact with beyond like, just Lego or whatever. But I think the breaking point for me in terms of when it got to the point when I was like, oh my God, this is just doing my head in, was the whole Trump thing.
Yeah.
When he was kind of elected, and then, within like, days of him being elected or whatever it was, there was just all sorts of just nonsense on the news all the time. And I'm just thinking, I've never heard, even when I was actively watching, like into watching news and stuff like that. Not that I was ever actively, but you know what I mean? Even when I wasn't making a point of ignoring it, I don't ever remember seeing this much like nonsense and news and kind of, insane levels of kind of bizarre new like information coming out from the US at all. And now all of a sudden it just seems to be like I'm inundated with it. And I just thought, I can't listen to this anymore. And it was just, and most of it was like, the whole fake news thing became a big thing where it's like, people were like, oh, I've read this on the news and therefore it must have happened. And, and, I think we all probably fell for that at some point where it's like, oh, well, I saw on the news, this happened. It's like, well, actually, no, it didn't. And you're thinking, what? Well, why would people put, and then of course you just realize then that you were all being manipulated, like, So I was like, I can't be dealing with this anymore. I have to get out of it. So that was the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. So, it's just, I don't know. It's sad, really, because it kind of killed news for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because, they're just not interested in seeing that kind of negativity all the time. Because, I think early on in my life, I'd realized when watching news that it's slowly become an outlet for just negativity. In terms of like news was always negative. There was never any kind of good thing. Whereas I remember watching, not necessarily watching, but seeing news things before, and it'd be like, and City celebrates its 100th birthday today, and they're doing a new show touring the UK to celebrate, City being 100 years old or whatever, that kind of stuff. And I used to find that stuff quite fun, but then that kind of all disappeared. Where it was like, unless there's an attack or a virus or something going on around the world, there wasn't any news to talk about. So and I just thought.
It's all the bad stuff and not the good news, because there used to be the "and finally" slot, didn't there?
Yeah.
Where you would get a little bit of happy news to taper the bad off. But even things like, I used to watch the breakfast show, BBC Breakfast TV, just so I knew what the time was when I was getting the kids ready for school, because it was constant then.
Yeah.
And they would have a difficult topic, a lighthearted topic, a difficult topic, a lighthearted topic. So it didn't ever feel horrible. And then there was I can't remember which prime minister it was, somebody in Europe, I think, and they showed live him getting hit on the head with like a statue thing, like a model thing, and his head exploded. It was all blood all over it, and my daughter was watching it.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, we're not doing this anymore. So I turned the sort of streamingness of the news off, because it was just horrible.
I'm surprised they even show something like that.
Well, I don't think that they thought it through at the time, because I did actually complain.
Yeah.
I'm not really a complainer, but my daughter was quite affected, and I was quite affected by it, because you just don't expect to see that. And they just came back and said, oh, yeah, we're sorry about that. We have redacted it from the bulletin now. Nobody's going to see that. But it didn't really change anything. We'd seen it.
Too late,
They couldn't change anything, but there was no, it was like, yeah, sorry, whatever. And I just thought, yeah, okay. No, that's
not good. But I tell you what I did find out recently, which I don't really know whether it was something to celebrate, but I feel like there's probably people out there who will be. It's about that, and this is like, back when I used to watch or see or be exposed to the news all the time. It's about Ian Huntley.
Oh yeah.
And obviously, I don't really want to give name any airplay here, because it's obviously not relevant to what we're talking about, or not to the channel or whatever. But the things like that, it's kind of sad, really, because I feel like stuff like that has gotten forgotten about for all the crap that's going on. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Not that we should be kind of still necessarily talking about it or whatever, but I just feel like that if there wasn't so much crap going on in the world, that would have been, you know, quite an important thing, or even just that that incident happening in the first place. I feel like would be washed over now, and forgotten about, as opposed to like the whole. Like I remember the whole Jamie Bolger thing. That was always like massive news story and whatever. But I feel like nowadays a lot of that stuff, from what I can kind of gather from an outside point of view, kind of gets missed and not given the showcase and the airplay that it
Yeah.
needs, because people are too focused on, you know, basically what ends up being crap anyway, or nonsense. So that
But see, I sort of get a lot of that with because I'm safeguarding lead. So I've
Right.
read a lot of safeguarding special case reviews, and the Huntley one was a big safeguarding issue, and the case review for that was, I mean, it'll stay with you if you read it. I wouldn't suggest that you do, but the learning from that, and I think that's what people miss on it, the learning from these things that happen to prevent them happening again is massive. It's nationwide, and we do it. We do those things now to stop that happening again.
Yeah.
But there's never any recognition of the work that people like I do to maintain that in the everyday, and the difference that that is making to kids and, well, to vulnerable people. We're all vulnerable, but, you know, to vulnerable adults and children.
Right.
I think you're right. There is a missed opportunity to look back on those things, and, you know, this happened, but this is what we're doing now. We do this now. This is what makes it better. So yes, it's tragic, it's horrible, it's awful, but we've learned, because I think we forget that so many other awful things happen, and people say, oh, we never learn. In some cases we do, and that should be acknowledged, but it never is.
No, you're right. And I wasn't even like aware of that kind of stuff, but it's quite interesting you say that, because recently I was watching a movie called Nuremberg, which is about have you seen it?
I haven't. It's on my to watch list. I was going to go and see, because it was out recently, wasn't it, last year? I was going to go and see it at the cinema, but I typically was sick, so I didn't get to go.
Well, it's on Now TV, so which we pay for, but I watched it on there recently. It's not something Kirsty would be interested in, because obviously it's, you know, political and kind of historical, and I'm not a huge fan of those kind of films, but I was interested in it, and I watched it. And in there they talk about, and it's the first time I've seen like a movie really kind of bring this to light, where the events of the Second World War were almost a direct result of the negligence and the way the world didn't learn its lesson from the First World War.
Yeah.
Essentially being that they broke and beat Germany down and so badly afterwards, and left them kind of in ruin and exposed, and just kind of, you know, it's people sad and depressed, and a broken country, you know, left in poverty and ruin and, you know, embarrassment across the entire, you know, world after the First World War, and nothing was done to kind of support the people. The innocent people, and even, you know, the people who had fought for that side. Nothing was done to kind of, you know, show them mercy and reparations, and give them an opportunity to put things right. It was just kind of like left in the gutter kind of thing.
Yeah.
And of course, that desperation for them to get back their, you know, the country's integrity and gain back the country's respect meant that there was people out there, again, not going to say the names, but there was people out there who are passionate about their country being, you know, has he got 4 of those wing things? I wonder if they look like they might be quite expensive pieces. I wonder if they come in any other set.
I haven't seen them before. They're
Not
similar to, the leaves. They're similar to the leaves on the orchid that I have, but they're much smaller.
Yeah.
They're similar.
Yeah.
But I've not seen them before on anything, not exactly like that.
But you had, sort of political activists then became where they were kind of doing speeches and sayings in pubs and bars and restaurants to try and say we got to get our country back. We've got to get out from underneath these people who left us like this and led us into war, and we've got to. And then these people became empowered by everybody who was, you know what I mean? They're trying to find a new, and it's no different to what happens in other countries around the world where they're like, we're fed up of this. We need somebody to stand up and fight for us as people and get our country back and make things better again. And then everybody rallies behind this person to the point where then they start making decisions that are questionable, but everybody follows them out of blind, like, we just need something better. So we're just going to do whatever they say. And then the next minute they're invading other countries and declaring war on the rest of the world. And the next thing you know the people are thinking, wait a sec, this is not what we signed on for. We just wanted our country back, and then it becomes, and that, a Nuremberg, the film Nuremberg, to kind of bring it to a close, because I don't want this stream to turn into like a war political thing. But I think it is really, and it's relevant because to what we were talking about, because I think there's not enough of that in modern society as well, where after World War II, they made sure that they spent time in the countries that were beaten and not like, right, I said the war's over now. How do we build you guys back up? How do we put infrastructure back in? How do we install politicians and leaders who are going to rebuild the country, rather than just, we beat you, fend for yourself. And then the same thing happens again,
Yeah, because you have to take responsibility for the fallout of things, and everybody deserves the chance at redemption, even the people that misguidedly fought for regimes that you would rather they didn't. Doesn't make everybody inherently bad or not deserve restorative justice options,
Absolutely. And I think that's what's missing from society now.
I completely agree.
They're very quick to, overhaul, destroy, or ruin certain things, but not as keen to find a way to put it right, and more importantly, stop it from being repeated. Like you were saying then about those, those awful people who did those awful things, But sorry, I missed a couple of comments here while we were deep in politics.
Sorry.
COVID was proper shite. Being self-employed, but absolutely love playing Xbox with my mates 12 hours a day for months. Yeah, for me it was just a way to get deeper into Lego. And it's funny actually, because I've always kind of taken a step up in the community in terms of me getting more involved in it, but also in terms of me, spreading my love and passion and creativity for it every time I've had a break from work, which just goes to show that if I how much I could do if given more time, and it also makes me think I really need to try and find a job where I can do something that I'm passionate about. So, and because of the experience I've got, if a Lego store ever opens up near me, I'd be a shoo-in for the store manager, because obviously my work history and experience would get me that job, and then I would be able to. I mean, I suppose then I've spoken to people about this before. Would it ruin it for myself because I'm surrounding myself with it every day? I don't know.
I don't think so.
We shall see. London Bridge is out there. Greg, how we doing, mate, on this Sunday afternoon? Afternoon peeps. And it's funny, Greg is one of the few people in the community where I can read his comments and hear him saying it. Because I do
that with Nimble. I hear his voice.
Nimble's another example. But I think with Greg is that the majority of conversations I've had with him the majority of the times I've heard him talking has been sort of, over this so it's kind of one way rather than conversations. I don't think we've really had a decent conversation in person, because you don't really get a chance to at these kind of conventions without kind of stopping them from doing what they're doing and vice versa. But I think London Bridge, Greg from London Bridge, he's got that kind of, I don't know. If he told me he was a disc jockey and he works, on a radio station, then I would say I wouldn't be surprised at all, because he's got that kind of voice, like, you know, that it kind of just reminds me of, you know, we were talking about it earlier, like Gary Davis and Steve Wright and stuff like that. That kind of generation of radio host. He reminds me of that kind of person.
We've
But
really
yeah.
done the topics, haven't we? What else have what haven't
We've
we
gone
talked
through
about?
it. We've gone through it. But yeah, so London Bridge. Sorry, Greg. I keep calling him London Bridge. Greg is looking forward to joining us later on the main show. This is obviously just a taster and a way of me kind of combining two opportunities today to both do a cold fusion, because apparently everybody in the community is looking forward to me doing one again so they can join in. What happened? But also we're doing one stream a day, every day. This is day 6 until we reach 1,000 subscribers, for no other reason other than I think it's about time that I put some work in to try and actually gain some subscribers, not because for any other kind of benefit or gain, to be honest with you. And for every new subscriber we get, I'm also building one part to a very important set to me, and quite a rare 7754 Lego Star Wars Home One Mon Calamari Cruiser. So far, this is in 6 days. This is what we've managed to build from the, I don't know, 20 or so new subs we've got. So it is paying off, because if I'd gotten this far down and we'd had like 2 or 3, I would have been like, right, I need to reassess. But we are slowly getting them. Of course, I'm enjoying the time off and the ability to do these streams and interact with more new people. And that has worked as well. And I think that was the primary cause. Me building a Lego set is just a byproduct. But throughout the week of doing these streams every day, we've managed to, yes, we've got new subscribers, but in most of those cases, I've got to know new people in the community, albeit, just, behind their profile or whatever, and just some spoken word. But I definitely think I've spoken to a couple of these guys who are interested in the content, and a lot of them have popped back on then the next day or a day later and engaged in the chat, which is exactly what we want. I'm not in this to try and get 700 extra subscribers who are never going to come back again. I would like to get 700 people who are going to then, engage in the chat and engage in this sub community, or anything in between those two would be great. So that is the current goal. So
I'm so glad this is done. My hands are at the end of their clicking.
Yeah, I've just had a little break in mind, because this set, I realize, is one of the very few Star Wars sets that the box and the actual build itself isn't very representative of their pieces, because it's all small pieces. So you can fit the pieces into like a tiny little bag like this. So they build a set that's like 5 times bigger.
Oh yeah.
Look at him. Let's see him. Is that him done?
He's done. Yeah, just got to shove this up his backside now, and we're done.
You got to mount him. So Superhawks is out there. How are we doing, Superhawks? I say Superhawks, and I always think but I just assume it's the two of you there. So hopefully that's the case. But if not, hi to whichever one of you it is. You wouldn't be allowed to stream and talk Lego, I don't think, if you work for them. I don't know. Why not? We'd have to be a bit more positive about it, but I still don't think they can kind of change what you do in your personal life, as long as it's not a direct contradiction to what you're working for. But yeah, that's a good point, Nimble. I didn't think of that. Don't apologize, sir. You're both for keeping me entertained while I sort all the washing out. And hopefully, maybe you get a chance to pop on at some point, because we are going to be streaming for a little bit longer. So yeah, man, loads of time chatting later. Yeah, and I really am going to find out if Greg has ever been a radio presenter, hopefully, because I feel like maybe he was in another life, and I'm not sharing it, because I feel like when I first heard him talking, I knew I already recognized his voice from somewhere. So I don't know, maybe he's just got the voice for radio, whereas I got the face for radio. You and me both. Is that Whittaky the Cornish Pixie? Yeah, I need to stop saying that, because I don't think he likes that very much. But not because I don't actually think he looks like the character, but just because of the whole Cornish thing. And he's not even. That's very really
bizarre. Cornish. There's no attachment thing to.
Nothing to put it.
I think I missed a step.
Let's have a look. What's the entry piece? Is it a Technic rod?
Yeah. So there should be something like that on there, shouldn't there?
Right.
But there's no.
Let's have a look at the back of him. Oh yeah.
I mean, I could probably go in one of those. Like, kind of go, but it's not going to attach. I must have missed a step. I don't see how I could have missed a step, but I must have done.
No, it happens to us all. Don't worry. The amount of times, well, Kirsty's one of the worst for it. She'll get to the end of a build and she'll be like, "Right, can you check these are my spares?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" Well, because these are the spares I'm supposed to have, and I'm like, "No, where have you got that piece from?" And it bothered me earlier more than it should, because I was watching a piece of Instagram content and somebody was made like one of these joking things saying, "I've spent all my money, so now I have to eat my spares for my lunch." And it showed them like putting a bunch of spare parts in a frying pan and pretending to cook it, which I thought, great. A lot of people I've seen doing that. It's quite funny. Yeah, great. That's creative. But I also noticed that in that pan, it was all spare type pieces, like all generally 1x1 pieces. And then all of a sudden I saw like I think it was a 4x4. It might have even been a 3x3 plate. You don't see them very often. Just one random 3x3 plate in there. And I thought, do I message and say, have they just randomly grabbed some pieces? Or do I message and say, "Oh, sorry, but
you've got a piece missing there, mate."
yeah, that's not a spare." And then they'll be like, no, I just grabbed some pieces. So, speaking of the Cornish pastafarian, there he is.
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
All right. Yeah, not too bad. I need to get this closer because I can't see. There you
You
go.
look really well, mate, I gotta say.
Oh, thank you.
That's the good thing about seeing somebody, like, I wouldn't say looking, but being at their worst in terms of health, is that when that improves, you can kind of see. Because I showed Kirsty a picture the other day of you for something we're doing for the wedding. I won't give away too much. And she was like, "Oh, he looks really good in that picture. He looks really, really good." And I was like, "Well, you're saying he doesn't in others?" She went, "No, but you can see he looks happier and healthier or whatever, So yeah.
Honestly, I look back at last year's Brick World pictures and I'm like, Jesus, it's like half the man what I am now.
Yeah. But how was work anyway, mate?
I don't know. I've had 3 days off because I needed
Oh, I
time off.
thought you said you were working today.
No, I had rehearsals.
A rehearsal, sorry, that was it. Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, it was a sort of it wasn't really technically rehearsals, but it was just us all getting together socially and then just sitting down reading through it instead of trying to do all the actions and all that lot.
Oh, right. So you do like a walkthrough type thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, basically every time. I mean, normally we used to like sit down and go through it a couple of weeks, but for some reason, since I've gone back there, it's like literally the first week and they're blocking already. So you go, as if you're on stage.
I know the blocking. Yeah, I remember that from my drama classes.
Trying to learn your lines and doing the action. It doesn't help. So sometimes it's just nice to sit around a table and just go through your lines.
Ah, that's cool because I've seen that. I remember seeing the scenes for that. Like a table read for Force Awakens.
Yeah.
And that was before we knew what characters they were going to be. You just remember seeing these people and thinking, oh, they're going to be in this film. Like Oscar Isaac and stuff was there. I didn't realize you guys actually do that as well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Hello, Sarah. Are you okay?
I'm good, thank you.
Sorry, Nimble just asked. Right. Well, it's a farce, and it's called A Very Modern Roman Family. It's very, very carry on. At Pompeii, kind of, yeah. I mean, basically, I'm playing an old man who's just interested in orgies and virgins.
Nice.
Oh, so you're playing to type then?
I'm the father-in-law, so yeah. Nice little part. More than I thought. Bleeding hell, there is quite a few lines, but yeah.
Have you got to put on an Italian accent or anything?
No.
Oh, that's good.
No. But I will be sounding like that.
Why?
Because I'm an old man.
Oh.
And then I want to get Danger Mouse. I knew you'd get that.
Baron Greenback, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I always
mate,
used to get
there's
him
a
mixed
bloke,
up.
right? He's new. His name's Tom. He's fantastic. Hopefully he's going to pop in. He said tonight.
It's okay.
But he's playing the main part. But honestly, he just sounds like Kenneth Williams. It's hilarious. And of course, I'm not supposed to be laughing. I'm just and I can't stop. Yeah, it's technically they call it corpsing, which is a terrible name for it. But yeah, when you just can't stop laughing.
Oh,
I'm very bad or very good at corpsing. It is an affliction.
so can I ask Wiki, because this is quite relevant topic of conversation. In fact, I think I may have made the mistake of probably telling Greg a little bit too much about my overall health issue, and it's linked to where I was in hospital a couple of years back. And I don't know whether maybe he's misread it and thought that that's what has happened to me recently, because he was just blown away by the fact that I was still streaming, even though I'm this ill. And I'm like, well, no, I can sit and I can talk, and that's pretty much the only thing I can do with comfort. But he was also kind of like surprised that I'm able to do this whilst I'm off work. And I'm like, yeah, because this is nothing like what I do in work. If I was sat all day behind a desk, then yeah, I'd be thinking, well, hang on, I could probably be doing that in work. I've never told him I'm bedridden, but unfortunately, my job requires a lot more than just sitting and talking. In fact, it's the complete opposite, really. So I can't go. But he was saying about how it'd be a conflict of interest for him if he was off sick and he was still streaming, probably because of the type of work he does. But I was just wondering, out of curiosity, how was that with you? Because obviously you're off at the moment, but you're doing your acting classes. But is it because you feel like it's better for the kind of mental health to continue doing stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not technically off work. I mean, it's just my weekend off, and then I had 5 days of annual leave, so I'm not actually off.
Okay.
But I have done in the past when I've been off with, unfortunately, my mental health and stuff. But no, they can't, because it's, in fact, they actually encourage me to carry on to do, because it's obviously, it helps.
Yeah.
It helps me to, I mean, even believe it or not, going on the show, taking all the stick, it actually helps.
It's funny you say that, actually, because me and Kirsty were talking about that as well yesterday, and she was like, I can't remember how the conversation came up, but she said, oh, if it's something about it must be like Whittaky, whatever it is we were talking about. She compared it to you, and I was like, what do you mean? And she went, oh, poor old Whittaky. She says he says nothing all the way through the stream. He's quiet as a mouse for an hour, then all of a sudden he pipes up and says one little thing, and then everybody piles on him and ruins him and destroys him. And I'm like, it's not quite like that. But she was like,
well,
yeah.
A bit like that. Like my bit I really enjoyed doing was the Whittaky Boxing Boys, and just people just rip into it. I just give up in the end. I'm not doing clues anymore. Yeah. Actually, I've got a bit of an announcement to make of that anyway. So,
but I didn't. Yeah, but we didn't obviously mean it like to be like, upsetting to you. But it was just. I think it's quite funny the clues you come up with, because they're not your classic clues. And did you notice that I put it in one of my posts as well? I can't remember what I did it in.
Yeah, is it a man or something? Like, do let's Whittaky's clues. It's a man.
Yeah, but I actually think, but that's quite. We were talking about that kind of indirectly earlier, me and Sarah, about how like those kind of funny little things that kind of crop up naturally. We don't like, we don't purposely create them, but I think they become like quite synonymous with the group. And it's not. I don't think it's bullying you or picking on you or whatever is synonymous, but it's the funny little quips and the funny little things that come from.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I find it fun. It's just, certain things. Obviously, I will say no. I don't, and then hopefully it stop. But no, things like that, it's fun. I just want to pick up one thing here, because Ken, Brick Dynasty, he's put up, where is Nero the caterpillar? I'm just a bit shocked. I didn't know the Americans got Danger Mouse.
Yeah,
Hi, Ken.
same.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. So I thought it was. I thought that. I always thought it was just like shown in England and that's it. Or
figured it out.
Cool.
Oh, you
his butt and his neck.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's Pixie. Pixie.
Had you missed a piece then, or no?
No, I put the because the body is in 3 parts when you build it,
Right.
and I just turned one bit upside down, but it was in the middle, so I couldn't see that. I just had to take the back apart.
Right.
See,
I always used to get Baron Greenback mixed up with the bad guy from Inspector Gadget,
oh,
Doodly-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
because
it.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. So it was kind of similar, but I can't actually.
Never got
Very
to
good.
saw his face though, did you? Just saw the cat.
That's what I'm saying. You can, but obviously because the voice was kind of like croaky as well, it was kind of like very Jabba. I mean, it wasn't until afterwards I realized Baron Greenback was almost definitely based on Jabba the Hutt, because they're very similar kind of
Yeah, Dr. Claw.
character. But
I must admit, I hope he don't mind me. I hope he doesn't mind me saying, because I get a little stick anyway. Obviously, if that was a building of Gollum or whatever, people might say it's me. But I'm looking at it, and all I can see is Nimble. Is it because of the big smiling face on it?
yeah, probably, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I can see that as well.
Oh.
Just stay there, you mother.
So did I see that right? What time is it? Did it say this is going on to 2 till 9?
No. Oh Christ, no! I haven't put that, have I?
That's what I thought you might have. I might be
Really?
wrong.
Where did you see that?
I don't know where I saw it.
No, 2 till 5.
Ah, that's right. Then. I
And
thought that's running into our
no, not 2 till 5. Sorry, 2 till 6, and then obviously the other show.
yeah.
So it just so we just do like 4 hours, but I mean we're creeping up to that now anyway, aren't we? What are we up to at the moment?
I did see the other thing though, which obviously
Nearly
Jake
3 hours.
replied.
Mm,
Was it
Dr. Claw.
four? Was it four main hosts, 3 part-time
Yeah.
hosts? Makes 8. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed that. I think I was thinking what we had before, but yeah, I don't know. No, just donut.
Mate, I didn't even figure it. Didn't trigger it until Jake put that.
Yeah, that's just me being a donut. What I went to while I was up in Bristol. When I was up in Manchester, there was a like a permanent installation, like art installation in the local. I mean, didn't know how close it was because I saw that advertised on Instagram and I sent it to Kirsty's auntie, who we stayed with in Manchester for a couple of days before Bricktastic. And she said, actually, that's just around the corner. That's like a short walk away from the house. So it's in Sale near Manchester. There's like a library there, and it's quite a modern library, but they've got a permanent installation there now of, I don't know how you would, is it Film Nation? I can't remember what it's called. There's a name for the studio that created all of these different things. And obviously, when I looked at, I thought I saw Danger Mouse, and there was a few others. But actually, when I started looking, there was actually quite a lot, and most of them were kind of. What's that?
He-Man, I think. Film Nation. I could be wrong.
No, I think no. I don't know where I've got Film Nation from. I might. I'm just trying to think. I've taken some photos, so I'll see if I can find them now. Give me a sec.
Okay. Why are you doing
so
that?
it was-
You see my special guest today. See if I can just. Come on, then. Hello.
Who's that?
It's I'm babysitting or dog sitting.
Aww.
He's a. One hello.
Is it
He's
Indy's dog?
a corgi.
Whose dog is it?
His name's Otis. Sorry.
Whose dog is it?
That's my daughter's.
Oh, I thought so. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So how does he get on with the cats?
Well, one cat is right behind him, just sat there. He takes no notice of him. In fact, when he comes in, the cat goes up to him, and the dog kind of like, woo.
Yeah.
The other one's under my bed. He won't. Nah.
He hides anyway, does he? Or?
Yeah. Obviously, this one here, he doesn't care.
Yeah, he rules the roost anyway. Like,
I mean, he's old. He's done. Yeah.
so
But yeah,
it was.
goes up to Otis. Otis is like looks at me as if like, ooh, what am I supposed to do?
So it was called Cosgrove Hall, is the name of the production company. But
Yes.
the animation started in early 70s and went up to 80s, and it includes things like Super Ted,
Yeah.
Captain Noah and the Floating Zoo.
Yeah.
Just
Rhubarb
trying
and
to think.
custard as well. Then did they do rhubarb custard? No.
The one that was my favorite as a kid is Jamie and the Magic Torch.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Where he had the
Jamie.
where he had
Jamie
the
and the Magic Torch.
what was it? The Old English sheepdog that used to talk when he went underground.
Wordsworth.
And then this character. Do you remember this character?
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
It's a dragon.
Yeah.
But this is actually like these are actual the models they used for the animation. So I took a few photos. You got Jamie Magic Torch was stop motion, but it was like South Park style because this is actually like a couple of layers of cardboard or paper. That one I was a massive fan of. You had like a massive Danger Mouse mask. So it was this as well. I don't know if you guys might not remember this.
So, I was just about to say Count Duckula.
And then they had a massive
voiced by the same person.
Wind in the Willows, Badger. They had all. So these are the original like outfits and stuff. So they're in glass cabinets, but you can see like the models and stuff. Like this isn't the model they used. This is just what they would put the outfit on when he was, you know.
So I was probably a bit too old for Charlton and the Wheelies, but I still loved it. Hello, little lady.
Ted Glenn there, that's from Postman Pat. There's Jess. Portland Bill. Remember Portland Bill?
Yeah,
bit like Postman Pat, but it was about a guy who used to
bit after my time. Yeah,
row out.
And Sam and that.
So this is the updated version of Andy Pandy. This isn't the one from like 60s and 70s, but they did update it in like in the 90s. And then these guys, I don't remember this one, but I know what it is. This is from Noddy, right?
Were they behind the Herbs as well? Or was that way before? You would probably not remember the Herbs, Martin.
No, I don't remember.
Pass the Lion and Dill the Dog and.
Oh yes, I do remember them. Yeah, them. And then there was actually loads. Kirsty took more photos than me because Kirsty doesn't remember any of this stuff. But obviously, it was a lot of it was my generation.
They're not the same company as well. No, I don't think so. I was going to say behind the Clangers, Bagpuss, Ivor the Engine. I think that was a slightly different company.
No, I didn't see any of those. It was those, and there was probably more. I had a photo with a huge, like, you know, almost life-size model of Igor from Count Duckula.
Yeah.
I was going to show that one off now while Ken was here because I was wearing my Brick Dynasty hoodie whilst I had the photo with it. But I took. You know, Kirsty took loads more photos of like Toad from Toad Hall and all that stuff, and I just didn't realize till afterwards how many of those characters David Jason voiced because he did
loads.
He did Toad, didn't he, from Toad Hall?
Yeah.
Did he do Count Duckula as well?
He did Count Duckula. He did Danger Mouse. He did one of the Weasels as well. Yeah, he done so many. And that's the thing with those programs. It was the voices behind it. That's what made it. I mean, the voices in Count Duckula are just awesome. Especially the nurse, isn't it? Ooh, hello, Ducky.
What else? Super Ted was a massive thing of mine. They didn't have anything Super Ted there, though. I was gutted because obviously Super Ted was kind of, you know, Welsh from Welsh heritage as well. So, but they didn't have any of that stuff. But it was just good. It was like an installation. They had their models and stuff there. They had stuff like interactive stuff that you could. Like with these things in the cases, I think you could press different things and lights and stuff would come on. Cool. So it was just nice. What's that?
Where was that?
So in a little town called Sale, there's a borough or on the outskirts of Manchester, and there's like I said, these big models are just out in the open. Obviously, you know, they try to encourage you not to touch them, but you could if you wanted to. Whereas some of the others have been kept in glass to try and preserve them. Because they're the original models that we use. And you can see in a lot of cases that they're heavily damaged, where, you know, like the fingers and stuff have come off where they've tried to move them so many times. Like you can see there, this guy, can you see like the fingers on this hand where you can just kind of see the metal, the exposed metal underneath and stuff like that where they're, you know, no longer in good shape. But there was loads of stuff like that.
Name. It's gone blank. I'm trying to think of a name.
Yeah, I don't remember it either because I remember that character also looked like a character from Noddy. He looked a lot like this character. You see the character in the background, the
oh yeah,
they were kind of similar looking characters to that because it's obviously all the same animators. But yeah, I walked around there for a good hour and I probably could have stayed there because there's lots of stuff. Like they had lots of these kind of things. You know, they have these plaques on the wall where you can read them, and I took photos of them. so I could read them in my own time. But there was so many of them, and I was
I
just
spent
like,
hours in there because
yeah, it was good, definitely worth checking out. Like I said, because it's free as well to see, because it's just in the local library. So, but yeah, so that
It's
was quite
amazing how
interesting.
popular that puppetry and things are for people to come and see if you've not been involved with it. Because we quite often have people come in on our open days for various things, and they are just amazed by the puppetry side of things, and they love to have a go.
Yeah,
There's,
I was quite with it as well, because I was sending a lot of it to Slurpee, because obviously he does the stop motion, and that's what that studio was, well known for, is stop motion. And as a kid, you didn't even really kind of appreciate it, because I
No.
wouldn't have really known that's what it was. If somebody had shown me then, it wasn't until we started seeing things like Wallace and Gromit, which was like a lot later, that we started realizing, and they started demonstrating or whatever, or showing us what work went into it, and how much time it actually took to animate all this stuff. And
We
That's how
work
it
with
was.
Aardman.
That's how it was in
we
our
do
day.
teaching through
That's what
their
I'm saying.
software.
that's what I'm saying. It was that, but what I'm saying is that we didn't, as kids, we weren't like,
No.
this is taking them 27 hours to make it move one arm. Do you know what I mean? And I probably would have been interested in it as a kid, but obviously, they just didn't talk about that stuff then. It was just, this is how it's made.
Yeah.
So
I remember seeing all the Wallace and Gromit stuff, thinking, and it wasn't until quite years later that I realised, because obviously when I was younger, I used to watch a thing called Take Heart, and you had Morph, and it was done by the same company. I was like, wow,
Heart Attack, yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, that was really early days, wasn't it? That's when he sort of was beginning, I suppose.
Yeah, because what you probably remember the show he did before. Is that the one you were talking about then?
Yeah, originally I think he was on Vision On, which was before, and Tony Hart was like a.
I think he
one of the
was,
hosts.
yeah.
Yeah, I only remember him from.
And then obviously he had his own program then. So.
I remember they did Heartbeat, and obviously that was where Morph and the other guy, was it Chaz, used to be on, and he would
a program about in the 60s about a policeman.
Is that, what did I say? Heartbeat.
Yeah. I think it was Take Heart, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, I thought it was Heartbeat.
I think that sounds familiar.
Because I remember the theme tune. It was like Heartbeat.
It might be, but it's the same. It is the same name though as the one from.
Yeah, you're right. Now I think about it. Yeah,
Nick from EastEnders.
I remember that. I remember that theme tune as well. Heartbeat. Why do you miss when my baby?
Heartbeat was 1984 to 1993. BBC featuring Tony Hart.
That's right. And he used to have something called the gallery at the end of the show.
Yeah,
and it would show like
Chaz and all that, and the grandpa.
Oh, you might get copyrighted for now. That's got copyright on it. That bit of music.
Well, it used to show all of the artwork that kids had sent in. Yeah. And I remember asking, whether my mum actually probably just didn't send it, or whether it got lost in the post, or whether it just wasn't good enough. But I remember doing stuff and sending it in, and I used to sit there and watch and wait for my piece of work to come up. It never happened.
And they always said, but you won't be getting it back. Oh, no, so many words.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not going to send it back to you.
But yeah, talking about like old sort of children's things as well, on Amazon, I've noticed that you can actually go back and watch, and this is even before what we've been talking about, you can actually go back and watch all of Camberwick Green, Trumpton, and Chigley, if anyone can remember that.
Oh, Camberwick Green, yeah.
All voiced by Brian Cant. What a legend.
Yeah.
I used to watch Trumpton straight out of Trumpton.
Yeah.
Because I just used to like the bit where they read out the names of the fire engines. We'd be like Pew, Barney McGrew,
Casper, Dibble, Grub.
Yeah,
I just used to think that was class.
You had twins, didn't you?
Yeah, because I always thought that was their first name. So I was like, how come they're brothers and they're twins? They both got the same name. I think no, that's their surname. They, when you're in a thingy like a regimented thing like that, they use your surname. And I thought, okay, but how come Barney McGrew has both his name and his surname? My parents were like, stop asking questions, just sit and enjoy it. But
Oh, I
they were
always thought it was Barney and Gru. Barney and Gru.
no, Barney McGrew. He was like, I think he was
There
like
you go, Dad.
the leader because he had like handlebar moustache and stuff. But
Yeah. Oh yes, I remember. And they always ended up, didn't they, doing the on the bandstand, doing the in Trumpton, where Cambrook Green was the music box, wasn't it? It's a box, a musical box.
yeah. Well, we used to watch my parents. Someone parents had like Watch with Mother when they were kids, but we had the VHSs of them, so we used to watch them as well. So it'd be like Andy Pandy, the Wooden Tops,
Yeah.
you know, Bill and Ben, the original, like the older versions of Bill and Ben. We used to sit and watch them
I
as
used
well.
to love Bill and Ben.
Ragtag and Bobtail and things like that, like, you know. But
What was Hartley hair in?
Oh, Pipkin.
Pipkin, because I had a
yeah.
Hartley hair.
I didn't realise till I was older in life that he was gay.
Was he?
It's supposed to be, yeah.
Okay, that went over my head.
What other one did I used to love?
the other ones that I used to enjoy were
Bagpuss was one of my favourites.
Cockle Shell Bay.
Ooh.
These might have been after you guys' time a little bit, but because I say that I don't actually know how old Sarah is, but based on some of the stuff you've told me so far, I think you're probably like roughly my age. But Cockle Shell Bay, and what was the one with the pigeons? Is it Pigeon Street or something like that?
Street. I do remember that. Yeah.
With all the
And Alistair Tips. What the Crystal
Alistair
Tips and
Tips,
Alistair.
yeah. That's probably before Martin's time, but it was
And
done.
Bod.
It was like almost the same kind of animation, wasn't it? Similar.
Yeah, that's what I remember about that stop motion with the pigeons. Like, and what else did I watch? What was the frigging thing with Button Moon?
Button Moon, yeah.
Button Moon I used to like. Obviously, Sooty and Sweep. My mum said that she used to love watching me watch Sooty and Sweep. She said because in the opening sequence where there'd be a scene where Sweep, because my favorite was Sweep, but Sweep was riding down the street, an actual street, not like a pretend street, an actual street. So they'd filmed him down the street riding a bone. So he just had a bone on wheels.
Oh, God.
And she said you used to be laughing so hard that you couldn't watch the rest of the show. And obviously you couldn't pause things then. She said you'd end up missing the show because you were still laughing. Flying down the street. I mean, I would have loved to have been there when they actually filmed that. But anyway, so Sooty and Sweep, and who else? Oh, there's another one that just popped into my head then as we were talking about some of the older stuff. What was the... that was stop motion as well, the Wombles.
No, do you know what I was just about to say? Does anyone
Was that
remember
Bernard
the Wombles?
Cribbins?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he used to like ad-lib as well, they said sometimes. He's like just make things up. But yeah, he did all the voices for that. I was going to say, Sarah, because as you mentioned Pipkins, and that was around about like 12, that was like lunchtime. Do you remember Itsy and Bitsy?
Yes.
The spider puppets, basically.
Yes.
Just hands.
I had them. I had the well, I don't think they were real ones. I had a version of it, bright orange, because orange was my colour when I was a kid.
I think I used to come home, watch that or Pipkin, and then watch the Sullivans, and go back to school.
Oh, you had to come home during school?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Couldn't do that where I was. But
No.
I did. I just wasn't supposed to. I just did anyway.
It wasn't so strict back in my day.
well, did you have again, I don't know whether you guys remember this, because I think I was watching this when I was more a teenager, but it was a TV show. It was on Friday night called Nightmare.
Yes.
And it was where they wear the thing, the helmet thing, and they go in, they'd be like, "Where am I?" And they'd explain
left,
to them,
right, or whatever.
and then you just hear, "Toot," and some goblins would come into the room, and they'd be like walking, like hobbling across really slowly to give you time to go across. And then like you go into another room, and like all the blocks would fall away from the floor, so there was like a thin passageway. And then you have to go right. Take one step to the left. Now take one step, and then they go into another room. And
the other left.
Was that the one that ended with the maze that they had to walk across?
Oh,
and then they sort of evaporated if they died.
You're on about Adventure Time. Oh my god!
Adventure Time, am I?
That
okay.
was awesome with the plant.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Martin's like, what?
So yeah, I'm a little bit older than you, Martin. Sorry.
Sandra Dickinson was one of the main people in that, I think. Used to be married to
And
Peter
then there
Davis.
was Trapdoor, the anime. That was
Oh,
that's the scene one.
Trapdoor,
Stay away
yeah,
from that
again.
Trapdoor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look.
Look. Yeah, that was good. So all the different characters and stuff you had that was claymation as well. That was, wasn't it? So
Do you remember who did it? The voice.
I remember recognizing the voice, and we talked about this on the show quite recently, didn't we? But no, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Willie Rushton.
Was it really?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that. I remember the skull and obviously the main character.
I want to check it up in case I'm wrong, but I thought it was. I might be wrong.
I'm gonna have to look now.
Yeah.
Let's fact check, Martin.
But if I'm wrong, I'm sorry because it's my age. But
Hi, Mayo.
hi, Mayo.
May how are we doing?
90%. I'm going to be that brave.
But yeah, anyway, so I built this while we were chatting. Raised speeder. It's a little bit. This is a little bit similar to what you were saying, Whittaky, about, or what I was saying to you about the
big box.
Yeah, so this came in quite a big box, and you know the set itself is actually quite bulky, but you never think that you would make something this big based on the bag of pieces, because it's all nearly all small pieces. So it's so fiddly and tiny that you're like, wow, how have you built this out of what felt like a handful of tiny little pieces? But yeah, pretty cool set actually.
You were correct, Martin. You were in fact truthful.
Hey, it does. Mayo's actually put that Willie Rushton did audio dubs on the Thomas the Tank Engine books. I can't remember him doing. I mean, I remember. I think Ringo Starr did.
Yeah.
And Michael Palin. I don't know the original, but then that might be for Australia because.
Yeah, they did different voices of some programs in different parts of the world, didn't they?
Oh God, the other cat's just come out from behind the couch and he's going really slow because of the dog. Can you see him?
Wait a sec. I want to see what he does. Let me get rid of this comment.
He's just frozen.
He's a loaf. He's got no legs. Where's his legs?
Oh, he's a fat boy, isn't he?
No, it just in a minute. What they do is they go a bit like slow, and then they go rum.
Yeah. So yeah, what's his name was talking about here? May was talking about here. I think is probably the newer version of Andy Pandy and Bill and Ben, because they did redo them again in like the 90s.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they redid. They did the Wombles. They did. What's the other?
Mm-hmm.
What else they've done a new version of the Clangers and Bill and Ben. So I know they've done new versions of that.
I found out something recently that really shocked me to my core, because there's a chap in work, my deputy manager. He's got a young son who's really into trains, so naturally he watches Thomas the Tank, and I didn't even realize it was still going. I mean, that was stop motion as well, but he was saying, and I was like, oh yeah, the Fat Controller. He said, oh, you can't call him that anymore. Said, what do you mean? He said, oh, no, they're not allowed to call him it. So what's he called now? Sir Topham Hatt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said, what? Sir Topham Hatt.
Yeah.
He's got a brother, apparently, a skinny brother that's called Sir Bottom Hat or something like that. And I was like, what?
I think that's kind of worse, Sir Bottom Hat.
I thought Sir Topham Hat made it sound
honestly,
like
it's just ridiculous. Yeah.
So I wasn't very pleased with that. But anyway, while we're on the subject of TV media, Kirsty got me this for Christmas. Something I've always wanted to do, to keep like a little journal of films that I've seen. So she said 100 films.
Nice.
Do you think you can do 100 films in a year? And I was like, well, what month are we in? We've just gone into March.
I wouldn't be surprised if you could.
I've done 31 already.
Yeah.
So the most recent one I saw is Nuremberg. The only thing I haven't done, though, is I've rated them, put the date I watched them and the name, but I haven't filled in the rest because I sometimes like to stop and think about it. I'll never fill it in when I've watched a movie. I'll usually like wait a day or two and let it settle in. Like I watched that Minecraft movie and it was fun. I feel like I need to know, like there was so many jokes in there that I was like, oh, if I knew anything about Minecraft, that probably would be
went
funny.
down quite well, didn't it? So I was told. Everyone thought it was a joke when it came out, but it's actually done quite well. But But yeah, I
Well,
mean, I
I'm-
watched 2 films yesterday. I mean, one was called If, which is quite a bizarre sort of comedy fantasy thing about children's makeup friends, and then I watched a film called Demeter. I think it's called Demeter or Demeter. It's supposed to be the voyage on the boat from wherever it was to England with carrying Count Dracula. Good film, actually.
oh,
It's very condensed, you know. It's like a bottle, you know. It's very because it's only on a boat. But it's good. I enjoyed it. Bit creepy.
shall I read out the films that I've seen so far?
Yes, go on. I want to
Yeah,
see if I
go
know
on.
any of them or if I've seen any of them.
Because I do tend to watch indie movies, and I did say to Kirsty when I go to the movie festival in May, which I do, which is a local movie festival, but it's, you know, they show films from all over the world. So although it plays local, I say that to people local, and they're like, oh, bunch of stuff in Welsh. I'm like, no, there's like 150 different movies playing, and some of them are feature films that were later on in cinemas, or I've seen them on Prime, documentaries, you know, foreign language, which is like every language around the world. I was saying to Martin, I only realized from going to this festival that there is actually a Cornish language, which is very, very similar to Welsh. And I was watching it, and I'm thinking, wait a sec, these guys sound like they're speaking Welsh, but with a Cornish accent. So it's really weird. You can imagine somebody like, oh, all right, how's it going? All right. But in a weird dialect you didn't understand. Like in the Cornish, there's a lot of words in Cornish which are just normal. So it'd be like, blah, 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 SETI. I was going on a blah, 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 down on the car, down the street, blah, blah, and I'm just thinking, what the hell's going on here? My head was spinning. But I was
There's
talking
quite a
to
few
him.
languages like that.
Yeah,
I was just-
Spanish. I'm learning Spanish at the moment. So I can say, hello, my name is Sarah. I'd like a taco. And it is literally taco. You know?
That means something different to me, mine. But
I can't even laugh without losing breath. But
I was going to say, Martin. I mean, I love my indie films. I mean, Raiders, Temple of Doom, Last Crusade.
but no, the point of me asking that was, do I include those? Because he was like, well, not really, because you're just going to fill it all. Because like the last time last year, was it the year before? Out of 150 movies, I managed to watch 119. And I've always wanted
Well, why
to do
don't you
more.
start from one again? And because you've not filled out the whole page, have you? You could just note each one on the bottom.
Get it. Go on, get it.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, I mean, like this one, I filled it in completely. Obviously, that's movie one, so it started off well. But yeah, so I think I might do it. So she said, why don't you get a separate one just for the movie festival? But I said, I wouldn't even fit in here because I'm definitely going to see more than 100 movies. And then obviously some of them are like a few minutes long. So they're not like, so this I've just put it for feature length movies. So there isn't a lot of indie stuff in here. But Crimson Toaster, how we doing, mate? Send the link out to
The
me.
movie's a movie, mate. So yeah,
But I just feel like I'd fill it up too quick then, and it's harder to write a review on something that's only a few minutes. But anyway, so what I've watched so far is Drop. So that's actually quite interesting. Kirsty's suggestion that was about a woman who's in an abusive relationship and comes up with an elaborate plan to commit murder. Yeah, so that was pretty good. I watched Karate Kid Legends, which was absolute garbage. I scored that I actually scored it a 4, but I probably should have been less. I watched. Oh, here he comes. Mayonnaise.
Hey. Oh, afternoon. Yeah, carry on, man. Sorry.
I'm just going through my list of movies I've seen so far this year, or feature-length movies. I watched Edge of Tomorrow, so that's part of the giving my daughter a science fiction education because she's gotten really into science fiction movies. So she's asked me to put together a list of movies, science fiction movies that she thinks I should see. So we started last year actually, but Edge of Tomorrow was one of those. Tornado, it's a Japanese samurai movie, which is really good. The Phoenician Scheme, which was I can never remember his name, the guy who did like the Grand Budapest Hotel, and he did
Andrew. Oh no, no, not Andrew. Oh God, Connor's got me into them recently. I've been watching quite a lot of them.
Yeah, he did the Royal Tenenbaums and those kind of movies. So the Phoenician Scheme probably wasn't one of his best, but interesting. His name popped in out of my head then within a split second.
Trying to look now.
Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning. I'm not a big fan of the Mission Impossible films, but that one was actually quite difficult to watch. It just seemed really forced. But it's supposed to be the last one. I'm quite glad to see the back of it, to be honest. Avatar: Way of Water. I rewatched that because I was planning to go and see the new film, which is also in here. I watched The Housemaid, right? Now, I've sold the Housemaid books, and I've never really known what it was about. Kirsty decided she wanted to go to the cinema. I thought it was a romance thing. Went to the cinema, watched it, and I was absolutely blown away because I just did not expect that plot line at all. Obviously, people who've read the book know exactly what to expect, but if you get a chance to see The Housemaid, probably not in cinemas now because it's left, but if you get a chance to go and see The Housemaid, even if you're not a fan of that kind of thing, go and see it because it was a fantastic movie.
Sorry, Mike, can you mention one of those films again? Because it's gone out of my head.
So, Royal Tenenbaums, the Grand Budapest Hotel. I can't think of any others. His name keeps popping in and out of my head.
Yeah.
He did. There was one with Tom Hanks where they're in the desert doing the.
Wes Anderson.
Wes Anderson, yeah.
Yeah.
Wes Anderson movie. Wasn't one of his best.
Got me into, and I've been watching quite a few of them, and some of them, but most of them are good.
They're unusual, aren't they? It's just a new
and they
way.
do have the pretty similar actors. You know, a lot of them pop in a lot of his films.
It's just an unusual way of filmmaking. It's just a little bit different, and I actually enjoy that. Paddy.
I'm trying to think of, what's that blonde actor? One with the funny. He's got a funny nose. He's got a brother as well. He was in a lot of They pop in quite a bit.
Yeah, I know what
Adrian
you mean,
Brody pops in quite a bit. Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, all extended editions. They were replaying them all in the cinema, so I went to watch them all. The Ballerina from the John Wick series. Their pants.
Oh, they played the extended ones in the cinema. That's cool because
back to back, one a day for 3 days running. So luckily I was off that week. Mortal Kombat I rewatched, knowing that there's a new film coming out. The Rip with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Netflix film they made. Really, really good. If you like your films where there's a thriller films where there's a twist that you're not expecting, watch that one because it's really good. And they've started this new thing now. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are working together on trying to make a series of films with their own production company where the percentage of payments for the film in terms of income or whatever is higher for people who work on the film, rather than them getting like next to nothing and the actors getting overly paid. So they've been sort of trying to work towards it for ages, and this was one of the first films that they've made where there's an equal not an equal distribution, but a better distribution, a better percentage for people who work. And I thought that was quite interesting.
They've been in quite a few films together. I mean, I absolutely love Dogma. That was an
yeah. I need to put that on the list. What I should really have is a list of films I want to see this year, but
I'm sure people know about it, but
this is
actually, if you remember that film, it does say at the start something about if you're sensitive to it or whatever, God has a sense of humor. Look at the platypus, and I thought, this is going to be my type of film.
And the fact that
bloody Christ, isn't it?
Suggesting like as well that God is actually a female as well. I thought was actually pretty cool.
Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, a great way of looking at things differently. So science fiction, education for my, we watched a film called Ark. Wouldn't recommend. Inception, one of my all-time favorite films. There's not much that Christopher Nolan does that I don't like. Inception's probably up there. Maya was absolutely blown away by it, and she was like, "Can we watch it again?" Yeah.
Because I haven't seen that yet, but everyone keeps
Okay.
telling me I should.
He did Interstellar. Interstellar's again one of my favorite films of all time, and it's up there for Maya as well now. She'll finish a film and you
Not
know how
seen
good
it.
it is. She'll be like, "Can we now watch it again?" And I'm like, "You literally just finished watching it." She's
Come
like,
on
"Yeah, but I really want to take it in better." But so I wanted to get the 28 years later movies were out, so I wanted to see them. So I watched 28 weeks later, 28 years later, and then watched 20 years later the Bone Temple, back to back.
My son reckons that's one of the best films he's seen this year, or for a long
Bone
time.
Temple, Bone Temple, yeah, it was pretty good. Avatar: Fire and Ash, Morbius, Spaceman, which was the serious kind of mind melding thing that what's his name did, Adam Sandler did, science fiction.
wow.
That wasn't great.
Oh, is that the one with the giant spider thing in it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really bizarre. It's really bizarre. I don't really know what they were trying to go for, but
Hmm.
Logan's Run. Now, I've never watched that film, and I've always wanted to watch it. So I started watching it, but I didn't actually finish that one. So I haven't put a date there yet because I haven't finished it.
Oh, I love it. I know it's an old film, but yeah, I like it.
Bandit, that's on Netflix. Really good movie. The Naked Gun, garbage.
Oh, I saw the new one.
You say
That was-
garbage?
That was the only movie I saw in the theaters last year.
That I'm talking about the newer one with Liam Neeson.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because I don't.
I still like
it's
it,
just
though.
called, it's just called The Naked Gun, and I thought they would change the name a little bit so people knew the difference between that and the original. But
Yeah, I thought it would have been Naked Gun 3.5 or something.
because it was Naked Gun 2, and then Naked Gun 33 and a third, wasn't it, or something stupid
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
But so I thought it'd be like Naked Gun Reborn or something stupid like that. But no, just Naked Gun. Brian, anyway, it was crap.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
yeah,
For
so
what
did I.
Oh yeah, this is purely my opinion. But
Yeah.
how to Train Your Dragon? Okay, not as good as the animation, but pretty close.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It was a good film, but there's something slightly, it was missing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She Rides Shotgun. Okay, The Hunt. Now I've seen this film before. It's a great movie, and the premise of it is there's a bunch of elitist kind of company owner type people get together on this kind of manor estate type thing. They put a bunch of liberal radicals, because obviously it's based in the US, on this kind of property, and they release them and they basically hunt them as sport. But obviously, some of them are better at survival than others, and it's quite funny to watch. But it's a really good action film if you like that kind of thing. It reminded me a lot of The Hunger Games, but a bit more real
It does sound a bit
world.
similar,
Yeah, very more real world, and a bit like they've added a bit of comedy to it, and kind of some of the ways they do some stuff. But that was actually good. I'd recommend that. It's a good movie. Locked. I don't actually remember what that was about. Oh, Locked. That was the one with Anthony Hopkins in. I thought that was quite funny actually, because this guy basically tries to steal a car and he gets locked inside it, and Anthony Hopkins is talking to him through the, communication device in the car, and yeah, so it's quite fun to watch. I won't give too much away, but it's quite interesting because in it he tells the guy who's locked inside his car that he's from South Wales, and he says, "You've probably never heard of it," and then he starts saying some stuff in Welsh. But I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay, so that's the South Wales, not New South Wales.
No, the original.
Yeah,
the original.
South Wales.
A Minecraft movie, which again, I wouldn't say it was a bad movie. I just had no idea any of the references because even I wasn't into Minecraft. So
Wait, I have a question, and before I ask that question, I'm going to ask another question. Where are your shades? Because I've got mine.
Yeah, so the shades really I only tend to wear because I struggle with looking at the lights and looking at the lights on my screen. So what I've done is I've dimmed the screen because I'm not really doing a show as such. It's more of a casual thing. I'm not really looking at the screen that much. And also I'm not in my normal streaming atmosphere, so I haven't got my ring lights around. which is why the lighting is pretty poor. So I don't really need them for that.
Okay.
So I'm pretty good.
And so about the Minecraft movie, when you saw it, did you have people in the theater throwing their popcorn buckets up in the air and filming
No,
it?
because I watched this at home.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't
But
have
also,
seen it in the
also
cinema.
we're British. We don't do things like that.
Yeah, and not only that, but yeah, we don't waste food here either. So
Yeah, more to the point, popcorn's expensive.
Yeah.
Can't afford to throw that shit around. It's like £15.60 for a small cup. But and then the last movie actually on the list was Nuremberg, which I did actually enjoy, albeit not my typical type of thing. So that is my 31 movies so far this year.
Wow.
You need to watch Lee. You need to do that.
Lee, seen it.
That's more movies than I've ever seen in the theaters, probably over 24 years.
Yeah, I was going to say it's interesting to say because I was mentioning that list before, and somebody was like, "Oh, you need to watch so and so. You haven't got so and so on the list." And I'm like, "This isn't my favorite movies of all time. This is just what I've watched since January. I could probably fill that book 1,000 times over because I'm a huge movie fan." But no, Lee was a fantastic movie. I really enjoyed that. And also, I can't remember what the other movie is. There's another movie about like photography in like a post-war environment where they make reference to Lee. I can't remember her full name, but they make reference to her.
Yeah.
Is it the World War something?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, so it's apocalyptic.
World War Z.
No.
No, but interestingly, you pick that up is that World War Z, when they're escaping on the plane, the airport that they're trying to land in, because it's the only airport that they can get to, is actually Cardiff Airport in South Wales as well. So they actually make reference. So it was like you hear like Brad Pitt saying South Wales, and you're like, yeah.
Do you know what, Martin? There's a bit of useless information about that film. Before it came out, so Peter Capaldi was in it. Yeah,
was he?
He was in. Yeah. He was in the Who Institution. And this was before he became. So he was in the film and he was in the Who Institution, and then a couple of months later he became Doctor Who. So
wow, yeah, that is interesting. I'd forgotten he was in there. I don't actually remember a lot about the film, apart from the fact that I was watching in a cinema and they were like, "We got to touch down in South Wales Cardiff Airport." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's new one." But yeah,
what about War of the Worlds?
War of the Worlds. They still haven't made a very good movie version of that, unfortunately. I'm just trying to think.
I haven't heard
anything. The original's still the best. I didn't like the Spielberg version.
No.
Yeah, that was crap. That Tom Cruise thing. It was not even anything like the books.
I've watched the newest series, which is
doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. The better Wales is not south. Oh, thanks.
South America is like America, but south.
I was just trying to think what the name of that friggin' film is.
Now, if anyone knows which movie that's from, then I'll give you a cookie. And speaking of movies, some people were peer pressuring me to finish the rest of the Indiana Jones original trilogy. So yesterday, my friend came over and we watched The Last Crusade. There was one that's been bugging me to watch it for about 9 months now, and so I did it. So now I can give a proper opinions about the trilogy as a whole.
No, so we're about the other. Have we watched the full anthology then? Have you watched the other two films?
No, I haven't. When the Dial of Destiny wasn't released, I didn't have an interest in watching that. And I was 7 years old when Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out.
Ah, wow, show your age now, mate. Well, you and Wiki can talk Indiana Jones while I Google this because he's an Indiana Jones fan. What would you say? Favorite movie?
Yeah, so by far my favorite of that franchise is Temple of Doom, and
Ooh.
I think the original trilogy, all three of the films do different things well, and so if
Sorry to
you're
interrupt. I just need to. My son's on the phone, so I'm going to go. I'll speak to you later.
Take care,
Thanks
Sarah.
for that.
yeah. So now that I vaguely remember the plots, the characters, the dialogue, the action, and some of the scripts within those films, I now have sort of a rankings for all of them, but still Temple of Doom is my favorite.
I will say that's interesting and very unusual because especially a lot of people my age in that would be the third. That would normally be the bottom out of the three. So it's
Yeah,
quite nice someone else to say.
whenever I hear people from your generation talking about the original trilogy, they either always mention Raiders or Crusade. So
Yeah.
my father was born in 1964. His favorite is The Last Crusade. I know some people in the Lego community, their favorite is Raiders.
I mean, mine is Crusade, and I have a couple of reasons for that because one, I like the film, but funny enough, like my dad, it was films that got me and my dad sort of together near the end because he's very sporty and I wasn't, but he was a big Sean Connery fan, so we actually went to the cinema and he used to say to me, "Oh yeah, we're going to go and see that Sean Connery film with that side actor Harrison Ford in it." Yeah, just. That was so that's probably why that's my favorite as well because of just the nostalgia and thinking of like my dad and stuff. But I just did like and I normally can remember more the sort of lines from it and stuff, and like he chose poorly.
Because
I've used the "you named after the dog" so many times.
Because I will say, like, I don't know about the Dial of Destiny, but I know the first four films they have a token female character. Raiders has Marion, Doom has Willing, Crusade has Elsa, and Skull has Irina. I will say I have seen the scenes with all four of those women from all four of those films, and Elsa's probably my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, Marion comes back in the fourth one as well, but yeah.
Okay, so she's also in Skull.
But yeah, I think with because I mean, most people used to say obviously Temple of Doom was a bit more darker and stuff, which okay, fine. But then you actually go back and look at actual Raiders. I mean, especially at the end, two blokes' faces melt and one bloke's head blows up. I mean, it was pretty much
like I do like in Crusade how Donovan's face melted. It was like how the two guys melted when they stared into the Ark of the Covenant. I did when I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, they do have a face melting scene.
Yeah. But yeah, in the Crusade, yeah, he just gets really old and stuff, and that's when he goes, he chose poorly.
Yeah.
Martin, I know I shouldn't. I know you're going to know this, but what's the connection then of him and Star Wars?
Who?
Han Solo.
No, Donovan. Is it Donovan, the bloke who like went all old?
Oh, he's General Veers.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
We'd obviously Han Solo, but I mean that was I didn't mean him. But yeah.
Well, my favorite.
But yeah, he was.
And also in the credits of Crusade, I didn't know that Kathleen Kennedy was with Lucasfilm going back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yes, that's when she was good. She did quite well with the Indiana Jones films. I'll give her that. then it all
Because
goes-
I didn't know she was a part of that franchise.
Yeah.
People always forget that when they say, "Oh, everything since Kathleen Kennedy was taken on by Lucasfilm, everything's gone downhill." And it's like, well, what about what about all of
No, it's
the?
ever since she took over with Disney, I would say. But before that,
No,
she
but I
actually
think
did.
a lot of people don't know that they've been.
No.
Because like a lot of people were
No,
like,
she's been around for years.
George Lucas. It's all this fake news, isn't it? So George Lucas hated Kathleen Kennedy, and the last thing he wanted was her taking over his vision. And I was like, what? They were friends and working together.
No, they were
in the 60s.
It was his choice, wasn't it? I think, but
it's just
who did she marry in the end? It was one of the other directors, wasn't it, or one of the not directors? Is it Joe Johnson? No, not Joe Johnson. Was it? Or
I'm not sure. It frustrates me when people just don't do their research before they put fake news out.
No, I knew that. Martin, I'm actually going to get off because we got because it's like only an hour and 20 minutes to our show, and I need to. I don't have anyone to cook my tea. I've got to get my tea and everything, and
No,
feed the dog.
I have.
Well, I don't know. You might have.
No, because
you usually have someone coming in with food for you.
Juni does that so she can show off her creative talent.
But yeah, we're back on anyway, aren't we? In an hour and 20 minutes. So just give me a chance to go and feed the cats. Well, I think I'm going to have to take him for a little walk. This is why I wouldn't have a dog myself.
Which one do you think I got?
Yeah, what's that? Is that a new thing?
A Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, but the Star Wars, is that new? Because if it is, I'm going out to buy some.
Yeah.
Right, that's it. I'm going out to buy some Kinder Eggs.
Yeah, Sarah even had one. Sarah had Boba Fett. Which one do you think I've got? The original trilogy and prequel and sequel.
I'm gonna predict Yoda.
I'm gonna go for Darth. Are you guaranteed one in there when you get a box of 3?
Yeah, it's all there is.
Oh, it's Leia. Have you noticed since they've done that as well? They've got them on little hinges. You can't like shoot them. You used to be able to press it and shoot them off. All right, that's pretty.
You're doing like a flying kung fu move.
All right. She's been watching the Karate Kid.
But I'll see you later then, mate, because I do need to have a break in between the two streams as well, because I got a few things I got to get done. I think everything is pretty much set up for the other stream, but I'm not too sure. I'll have to double check. But if anybody out there is watching and wants the link to jump on and replace Whittaky's seat, let me know. But yeah, see you in a bit, mate. Yeah,
right. Take care. Nice to see you again, Mayor.
It was good seeing you too.
See you all later. See you in an hour and 20 minutes. Ta-da.
Cheers, mate. Nobody asked me what my favorite Indiana Jones movie is, but I'm going to say that it's... I don't actually know them by the names, but I think it is Raiders of the Lost Ark, because that's the one where they're looking for the cup of Jesus, basically, right?
No, that's the Last Crusade. The Holy Grail is where they're looking for the cup of Jesus.
Yeah,
the Holy Grail is the cup of Jesus.
Yeah, but which movie is that called?
That's the Last Crusade.
Oh, so Sean Connery was in that one as well then?
Yeah, because Sean Connery played Henry Jones, who's his father.
Yeah. I always thought it was right. Okay, so so I like that one because I just like the scene where they look and there's a space between, and then he just throws the dust, and you can see that there's actually an invisible walkway there and that kind of thing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, one of those action shots where they mimic a Jesus walking on water or whatever on the floating platform things.
Ooh, you get a sticker with this as well. That's cool.
Hey, Cliff, I watched The Last Crusade yesterday, so I finished watching the trilogy. Now I can give proper analysis whenever people
was Cliff the person who was trying to encourage you to watch it?
No, he wasn't the main one, but he was one of them. He was one of them.
Right.
Yeah, and Temple of Doom is still my favorite.
So Temple of Doom is the one where he's like, they're holding the heart, and there's obviously the
Yeah, because Mola Ram's people believe in ripping people's hearts out as a gift to their god or whatever. That was the one where they were in search of the sacred stone.
right. So then in that case, then Temple of Doom, I'm assuming is, that case then Last Crusade. So the other one then is the one where with the Germans in where they melt their faces.
Yeah. So the Nazis appear in Raiders and the last Crusade. I believe it's the Soviets in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And so in Raiders, the Germans get their face melted off. In the Last Crusade, it's Walter Donovan who drinks from the wrong cup when they do find the whatever temple that has the Holy Grail in it. So he drinks from a cup that's made out of gold, but gold wouldn't have been used for cups when the Holy Grail would have been casted. So Elsa Schneider set him up to die because she wanted to drink from the real cup.
Right.
And so instead of his face melting off, it sped up his old age so that then his skin kind of peeled off, which was funny.
Yeah. Gross. Yeah, I don't think Kirsty's ever seen any of them, so I need to probably watch them as an education to her. But so I see Cliff and Cliff was saying that you were trying to review the movies without watching them.
I don't review stuff. I just regurgitate what I hear other people saying.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's quite interesting.
But yeah, because when the Temple of the Golden Idol set came out in what was that, a 2023 set, around the time of when Dial of Destiny was in the films. See, my favorite of the original Indiana Jones sets was always the Temple Escape.
Right.
I liked the look of it, and I liked the Temple of Doom set because it has the narrow gauge tracks. And so that always attracted me to the Temple of Doom, and the Mola Ram minifigure is really cool. And so I was like, okay, when I finish building the Temple of the Golden Idol set, I'm going to watch Temple of Doom because that's my favorite. And then other people like Cliff and some others then convinced me to watch Raiders, and then convinced me to watch The Last Crusade. And now I can say I've watched all of that trilogy, and I still like Temple of Doom the best.
I remember seeing people talking about Dial of Destiny and saying that it was a crap movie, and I don't think so. I thought it was pretty good, but a lot of the reviews were like, "Oh, it's stupid. There's like stupid stuff that happens in it, like that would never really happen, like going back in time and whatever." And I was just like, "You do realize that something like that happens in all of the Indiana Jones movies, because obviously it's fantasy."
I think Dial of Destiny got similar criticism to the way that The Lone Ranger got criticism as a Western movie.
Yeah, it was. I actually enjoyed it, and was it as good as the original trilogy? No. Same with the Crystal Skull one, but I still thought it was still in its own right was an enjoyable movie. Same as what I say about the Star Wars sequel movies. Like, I think they're great movies. I just don't think they're great Star Wars movies, and there's a completely different thing. If I was rating them just on their own merit without ever having seen the original trilogy, or I still think they were enjoyable, fun action movies, great scenes, great characters, great story. But when you try to fit it into the Star Wars universe and to keep that
keep feeding the grist mill so that the fans can constantly consume it.
Well, yeah, that. But I feel like in terms of consistency and the quality of storytelling from the original movies, then no, they don't suit, and they kind of like poor relative. And that I'll agree with, but I just people's just saying that they're shit movies altogether is quite, because you hear people saying that they're crap movies, and then they're talking about like, oh, that scene was really good when they're this, and this character was really great, and it's like, okay, so there were good things about it, So
yeah, because the fans of the existing franchise compare it to all the other films within the franchise, compared, well, instead of comparing it to something like you'd find at the bargain bin at Best Buy, for example, where it seems like Christopher Lloyd is a voice actor in every film you find in the bargain bin at Best Buy. It's like there are some people who will take on any roles just as long as they're not doing something else, and some people are just after that paycheck.
Just want to keep themselves busy and keep some kind of money coming in.
Yeah, because there's that actor out there that said, I will do any role no matter what for the challenge of it and for the artistry of acting, just as long as they're not doing any other role. And there are some actors who will only do a certain type of role, like how Dwayne Johnson only accepts scripts where his character doesn't die.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't know who reported it or who got him to say it, but he said that he doesn't accept movie scripts where his character dies. Because then I think of a Jumanji, the way that he was in that, his character didn't die.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so we're coming up to close time on this stream, and I gotta add my pieces to my 1 part, 1 sub, commitment that I've made. And to do that,
how many subscribers are you up to?
I haven't actually checked. Give me a sec. Last I looked, it was.
I'm seeing 335.
So when we closed out yesterday, it was 333. So I'm now seeing. Let me go back to it. I'm now seeing 336. So I'll be adding 3 pieces. We've been averaging. I say we've been averaging, but the most we had is about 7 or 8, I think. But the 2 streams after that, it was like 5. So a little bit less. But obviously, I haven't put out any short form data. Short form content, yesterday and today, because I took the weekend off to focus on doing these larger streams and obviously planning for the show instead. However, still happy that we're getting a few coming in, and that's all good to me. So,
because is this part of a daily stream challenge or something?
Yeah, so I'm streaming every day until we hit 1,000 subscribers, and mostly because I had the opportunity to sort of start the ball rolling with that, being that I'm off work at the moment, and I'm off again next week. So I'll do a little bit more, starting tomorrow, do a little bit more short form and just try and get things rolling. But I am also aware the consistency really helps. So if I can do a stream a day, and obviously at the moment I've been doing like an hour. Last night I did like 2.5 hours. Today it's obviously a Cold Fusion stream, which I would have probably done anyway if I wasn't doing this, but it forms part of the same thing.
Well, if you want to get those subscribers, I was just making a blank there. You are streaming vertically at the same time.
Yeah, so I do them both, and obviously I've been streaming direct. Apart from this stream, I've been streaming direct to YouTube as well, so they pop up in the shorts feed.
Well, if you stream vertically from StreamYard, it goes to the shorts feed.
Oh, awesome. So we've just had Big Nate Bricks land in the comments. Woohoo! 2 of the coolest blocks on YouTube.
Yeah, buddy.
But Nate, in case you're not already, please subscribe, because part of the point of us being here today and me doing this is my 6th day on the trot now of streaming. and I plan to go until we get 1,000 subscribers. So the more subs we get, well, obviously, I'm not trying to bring it to a close, but at this point, the more we get, the better, because it means also I get to build more of this set. So yeah, so were you already subbed though, or have you?
Yeah, it was all already subbed. I was already subbed. I still remember when you said that you were streaming 3 years ago in the ACOB chats.
Yeah. So yeah, so at the moment we're only going to be adding. But yeah, I do appreciate you, Big Nate, and we've got London Bridge bricks on tonight's show, our regular show at 7 p.m.
That'll be fun.
So I've got to go and do some prep, a little bit of prep for that. Most of it's done, but I can do a little bit more prep.
And my stuff's finished charging, so I'm going to go back to gaming.
So yeah, so 3 subs. So quite pleased with that. So we're going to add 3 more pieces. Let's just find out what those pieces are going to be. It's going to be 2. Whoops, there goes the set. It's going to be 2 of these green slope pieces. There's picture. I'll show the pieces in a sec. Oh, and one of these. Let's find the pieces first, and then I'll show them off before I add them on. Yeah, so the plan is for anybody watching just to add a piece per day, at least a piece a day. I'll be happy with. Until we get it built, and it's a 700 and I keep going to, it's like 793, but if you look at Bricklink and you look at Lego website, they both got different numbers in terms of how many pieces.
Well, that's because I think Bricklink counts the individual pieces for the minifigure, while
we thought I thought
that. Some of the pieces for the minifigure.
I thought that, but it was a difference of 60 pieces, and there's only 6 minifigures. So I was like,
well, that might seem like an inventory error with Bricklink.
I'm more inclined to believe Bricklink because obviously that's what I've used to part it out, and obviously all the pieces are there. So either way, we're going to call it around about 800 pieces. So that should put me well above the amount that I need by the time we finish doing this. So these are the 3 pieces I'm going to add. It's going to be 2 of these in the dark green slopes, and those are going to be going on there to fill out this engine block. It is kind of weird that this, I've never really noticed this before, but this A-wing is like not symmetrical. So this side has got 2 slope pieces, whereas this side has got a flat piece and like a Technic rod holder piece, or whatever you want to call it, which I'm not really sure what I can't really see looking at the instruction manual why it would be different, because there's no like moving pieces on this. So that's kind of odd. And maybe that's just where the crane thing connects to move it. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. And obviously the more subs I get, the quicker I can find out. So so those 2 pieces are going on, and then we're also going to add on one of these pieces to start forming the kind of shape of the underside of the ship, and that is going to pop on. Let me just check I got this in the right place.
Multi-axes, inverted, curved slopes.
Yeah, what you said.
I remember getting those in a jet set from the old creator designer sets.
So this is what we have now. And yeah, we're going to keep it going, and I'm going to make a note. So if we get any subs after I've written this down, for whatever reason, then they can go on to tomorrow's. And that seems to be what happens. I close the show, and within like 5 minutes of closing the show, we get a couple land. So, yeah.
Probably because YouTube updates things while it's recognizing the end of the stream.
I do like how they give you now when you do. I mean, it won't do it for this one, but when I was doing the short start direct to YouTube, it would give the opportunity to create like a highlight short. or it does it automatically, and then obviously you can just bang that out as well.
Yeah,
so that's been-
because StreamYard is trying to incorporate more AI things for short form content.
But yeah, so that's where we're at. We're coming up to 4 hours. Yeah, so we'll just find out what Mer's been up to. So you said you're going back to doing some gaming. So I'm guessing what game you've been playing?
Well, I've been wanting to get back into gaming since I went back to grad school, because in summer I was hardcore trying to get a bunch of Lego sorted and trying to go through my backlog. And obviously that's gonna slow down because I'm only doing 4 days a week streaming instead of 5 days, because I have classes on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So I can't spend as much time on social media. So I've had to sacrifice watching some of my friends go live. But if people make on-demand content, that's really helpful.
Well, all the YouTube is on demand, right?
Well, like made for on demand, if
Oh.
you know what I mean. Because I'm not gonna be that guy who goes back and watch a live stream on the replay unless there's a funny moment or something that someone told me about.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest. In terms of rewatch value, my streams have been pretty boring, but they've been pretty fun while I've been in them, because it's been a chance to engage with new people, and we have had some new people who have then kind of tuned in on the show since, and a few that are potentially locked in for our first show since I started doing that. I'm looking forward to it. If I've done a good job of selling it, but just interacting with some new people and just very much kind of unrehearsed conversation with the chat at the time. And the chat's been quite busy considering like some of the times I've been going. I haven't even been sticking to a set time, but the chat's been really busy. And I always thought the Friday and the Saturday would be busier in terms of new people, but in fact it was the opposite. And I had lots of new people and new faces on the kind of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stream. But come the Friday and the Saturday, both of which were later in the evening, it was just all regular viewers, people who tune into the show, and less new people. So that was quite surprising. But yeah, but I definitely think if I'm going to do a Cold Fusion stream again, I won't be doing it on a Sunday, because despite the fact that there was quite a few people out there like asking me to do one, and I did this one mainly as an opportunity to get all the guys from Bricktastic back together as a little bit of a reunion. Not many people really turned up, both in the chat and in person. So I'm really thankful for the people who did show up in the chat, and obviously even more thankful to the people who did show up and help me on the stream. And I guess if we were going to go 8 hours like the previous Cold Fusion streams, might have had a few more people on. But I usually do it on a Saturday. So Sunday probably is a family day for a lot of people. So I appreciate that. And also the fact that I didn't decide to do it until yesterday. And even then, I didn't actually promote it on Instagram until like early hours of this morning. So most people, even the ones who did want me to do it, probably don't even know yet. So yeah, so I kind of shot myself in the foot there. But came to do what we came to do. We got some subs. We had some fun. We got to know some people in the community, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. So thankful regardless. So yeah, any closing thoughts, Mayo, before? Oh yeah, so you started talking about gaming, but you didn't say. Is there a specific game that you're actually getting into?
Well, I want to get back into Minecraft if I can organize something with someone, and I've created a new railway in Open TTD, but I play Forge of Empires almost every day, and I've played that every day for almost 7 years now.
Is that like one of these kind of role play type things where you like move your army around the board type thing?
Forge of Empires is the best description I've heard from experienced gamers is a mobile version of what the old Age of Empires used to be.
Oh, so like, is it like a strategy type game?
Well, it combines world building with army building,
right?
and PvP.
Right. Okay. So you can play that against other people like you don't know as well as people you do know.
Yeah, well, there's this thing called there's a concept called a guild, where you play together with up to 80 people, and so you compete as a guild in tournaments within the game, but
Right.
also there's a world ranking, and different people do things to increase their ranking as a solo player. So it's one of those games that combines solo elements with group elements.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I've seen quite a lot of those games being played. I've always been quite interested in them because I was kind of on the fringe of being involved with things like Warhammer and
Yeah, Warhammer is really popular tabletop RPG.
but I also remember a game we used to have called Stratego. And that was kind of similar where you've got to kind of move your pieces like strategically across the board. I always thought that was quite interesting, but
Did it
just
compare
never,
somewhat? Did it compare somewhat to Settlers of Catan?
never heard of that.
You never heard of that? Well,
No.
that's probably the most classic strategy game I can think of.
Right, okay. Somebody had a mock. The reason it came to mind is because somebody did a mock of the board game. Not Stratego, sorry. Stratego was similar, but I'm thinking of Risk.
I know the game Risk. I've just never seen the gameplay.
Yeah, so I've played it. I've got a couple of versions of it actually, but it is like one of those long kind of, not like Monopoly where it's constant. It's like, it is one person versus one person, or I guess one team versus one team, and you're just slowly moving your pieces around the board. It's kind of to sort of like, win a war. So it's like very sort of slow moving, but like there's no kind of space in between. So you're not kind of waiting for the person to take their move as much as planning the next move. And I always like that kind of thing, but it's just so time consuming. And like, it's similar. The only similarity in terms of on a base level to something that, to bring it back to Lego, is the Battle of Hoth, the Lego strategy board game, which is obviously using pieces and stuff. And that's similar, where you've got to kind of move your pieces across the board in a way and kind of preempt moves from the other person, because, it's a bit like noughts and crosses, where essentially you're kind of having to sacrifice yourself in hope that they will go for that, and a bit like chess as well. But yeah, it's a little bit like that, Risk is. And somebody had built a mock of the board game, like a massive mock of the board game out of Lego, which I thought was amazing. I need to try and find that picture and have it on the thing. So for anybody watching, tonight is part of our Bricktastic Unpacked, which means we're still discussing and talking about our experiences of Bricktastic, and the mocks that me and the rest of the co-hosts are picking for tonight for the chat to decide on the winner are going to be from Bricktastic again. So I haven't actually picked mine yet. One of the things I've got to do now in this preparation hour, but now that we've been talking about that Risk one, I think I might actually put that one forward, because it's just, for me, like the mocks is not just about like how creative it is and how like good the actual mock is, or even the idea, but it's just the thinking outside the box element, where somebody has thought to make a mock of a board game, which I thought is like, I don't even think you could play it. It's just supposed to represent the actual board game, because he'd even made all like the pieces and stuff out of Lego, and I just thought it was just such an amazing idea. Like, if I had to guess like 1,000 mocks that I might have seen there, I never would have guessed that. So
yeah, the last time I went to Brick World Chicago, someone brick built a Monopoly board.
yeah.
My friends and I, sometimes we would pull all-nighters playing Monopoly, and what we do is we would combine 4 Monopoly boards together,
Right.
and have all of the goes touching each other. So on a Monopoly board, you got 40 spaces. we would
Yeah.
combine the 4 Monopoly boards to have 160.
Right. So you'd have to go round and then round and then I'm guessing like that.
Yeah,
and that.
yeah, because we played it in an arrangement like a four leaf clover.
Right. That's pretty cool. So would there still only be one go though, or would there be 4 goes?
There would be 4 goes.
Right.
So all of the goes are touching each other.
I'm with you. So when you get back to go, you can choose which board you go around next.
No, you have to go in. So you go. No, I'll have to do it in the orientation of this. So say my finger is the 4 goes touching each other. You go. No, so. And then. Like a 4-leaf clover.
I'm with you. Right. That's quite interesting. Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of any of the Americans out there, if you've ever driven on the interstate and how interstates when they cross over each other, the intersection is shaped like a clover, and therefore people call those intersections of the interstates the clovers. That shape of the on ramps and the off ramps is how we would use the 4 boards of Monopoly.
Right, I'm with you. Because this goes to a point actually, which, and you're not going to be able to necessarily answer this now, but I've been thinking about a way that I can live stream playing a board game, ideally a Star Wars one for our audience, or even, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but ideally that at least to start with, but incorporating it in a way where the chat can make up one of the players and we poll the decisions they make in terms of, obviously I can roll the dice from and stuff like that, but when it comes to like if there's a decision to make, or even if, like, for example, we were playing Star Wars Trivial Pursuit and there's 4 possible answers to a question, multiple choice, then I could put those answers in the chat, and then obviously the higher answer would be the collective. So there'd be me playing, and then maybe, say for example, we had 3 hosts on, so me, you, and let's just say Witticky, for example. So we'd be physically playing this board game. I would have the physical game, so I'd have a camera on the game. I'd be like rolling the dice or doing the things that you couldn't do remotely. And then when it came to the 4th player, which would be the chat as a collective, so I've been thinking of a way of how I could do that, like the logistics behind doing that. And it'd have to be something where they'd have a chance to have some input. Because if the representation of their go was just me taking their go, then there's not really any reason to kind of stay tuned or connect. And it's not that engaging. Whereas if it was something, like I said, like Trivial Pursuit, where I think most or all of the questions have 4 multiple choice answers, then you could always, when it's their go, I could be like, right, this is your question, poll, you got like 2 minutes to answer, whatever. That's their answer, and do they go through, that kind of thing. So I've been thinking about this for quite a while now. So you've got quite a logical brain when it comes to stuff like that. So you'll have to have a little think about it and see what you think would work. And I just thought we could do like a live stream.
Well, just by the way that you're describing it, is it a game where the player characters are moving around?
Yeah, potentially. I don't think we want to do anything like, anything too complicated. And I think if we go down the road of like Monopoly, which is already a long game when you're in person, you add that, try to do that on live stream and it becomes like an all-day event, which I don't want it to be that long. Yeah. But within a normal show kind of environment, we could do something. But I'm just trying to think, if you, know of any games, like I said, it doesn't have to be. Like, I was thinking about how I could do Battle of Hoth. This is one of my favorite games, but nobody likes playing it with me because they're not that interested in it.
Well, if you want to do something Star Warsy, have you heard of the Lego game from the games theme called Heroica?
No.
Well, what you could do is you could convert that Heroica from whatever theme they used to a Star Wars theme. So I think Heroica uses a lot of earthy tones, you could replace that with white bricks and reinterpret the rules of Heroica, but for a Star Warsy theme.
Yeah, well, this is. Let me see if I can find it. This is. I don't actually know what Heroic it is because I haven't played it, but
Yeah, I've never played it either, but I've seen some people do videos about their gameplay about it.
but have you ever played Battle of Hoth?
No, I don't even know what that is.
I've got so many board games. I've got drawers and drawers of board games. So because we're like huge board game family. So I play board games quite a lot, but I've just been looking through a lot of them and thinking, right, well, that's not going to work because whatever reason. But I think the main issue with Battle of Hoth is it's only really a two-player. I mean, you could play in teams, but essentially only one of you can make a decision. I don't even actually know where it is at the moment. I might still be upstairs somewhere, but it is like a kind of strategy game, but it's not necessarily a long game. Ah, there it is.
I do enjoy strategy games.
So I don't know if this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is one of the Lego games.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we could potentially play this because the only problem with that is there's not really any decisions to make. It's just, I mean, there is, but it's one decision. So essentially, again, I don't feel like I'd want there to be like a collective thing. So that's why I'm saying if it's a game where there's like multiple choices to make and you can put that in a poll, so it keeps people engaged rather than them basically just watch me taking two people's go and pretending one of them is for someone else. Do you see what I mean? So there's not really anything fun in that. So the game would need to involve a way where I could give them the opportunity to choose their answer, even if it's, like I said, collectively. But if there was a way of doing this, because I even got like a plate with like all the kind of micro figures that you get, and because I haven't played the game for so long, I can't actually remember how it works. But I'm just going to be like rolling the dice and saying, right, you've done this, you've done that, and they'll be like, it might be fun for some people, but generally it'd be like, well, there's not really anything for us to do. We're just kind of watching him play with himself and like an imaginary friend. So yeah. I'm just trying to think of a way that I could turn either that game or any other board game into a more immersive kind of experience for people watching, and do a regular thing, even if it's like once a month, where we do like, a board game cafe type thing, Cool Hand board game cafe or something like that, where people come along and whoever's in the chat can essentially form one player. So anyway, it's just an idea I've had. It's a bit harebrained and it might not go anywhere, but if you can think of anything that you might think might work, let me know.
Well, have you ever heard of the Minotaurus game?
Yes, that rings a bell.
Yeah,
the labyrinth.
Yes, that's the labyrinth, and I think it's where you have to get into the center of the base plate to get something, and then try to make your way out back to the edge. I think I know there's elements of that where opposition players can put a road block in front of the others, and the way you arrange the walls on the board, it gives you the multiple choices about which directions you want to go.
I see. Right. Okay.
So I think it would have to be a game like you want with the multiple choices, and maybe also a game where you can choose different options to try and sabotage your opponent at the same time.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking. I just looked at Trivial Pursuit now, and I was wrong that the questions aren't multiple choice. I know there is a game I've got where the questions are multiple choice. I just can't think what it is. It just needs to be a game where there's like at least a maximum of 4, because that's all you can put in a poll. But now I think about it, you could ask the question. So here the question is, what's the first line spoken in the movie trilogy of Star Wars, of course? And the answer is actually, did you hear that? But I could put the answer in with maybe 2 or 3 other options, and then their answer. Do you see what I mean? So that the only issue is, would that be fair then? Because the rest of the people playing wouldn't have multiple choice; they would just need to know the answer. So they're kind of almost got a benefit.
Because everyone would need to have an even playing field.
That's what I'm saying. So these are the things that I've been kind of hashing out, because then I thought to myself, well, the difference is that if, say, you're playing and Nimble's playing, or you and Whitkey are playing, you're not relying on anybody else to give you input. So therefore, it is a benefit that they've got 4 answers to choose from, whereas you haven't got any to choose from. But at the same time, you haven't got anybody potentially who might balls up the answer for you. So if everybody in the chat knows that this is the answer, but some other people put this, and then that ends up meaning, do you see what I mean? So there's also there's an upshot and a downside to giving it to them. So would that level out to be an even playing field? I don't know. Maybe I just think it's
because it would have to be a type of game where everyone involved has a multiple choice.
Yeah.
Because either with a dice roll or a collective decision.
So what if I just Google what board games have 4 multiple choice answers?
Or you might just have to modify something existing to add the multiple choice elements with elements of dice of dice rolling.
No, it's just giving me like trivia questions, and I think we could do trivia quite easily, but I just don't think it's as engaging as being able to see your piece going around the board. I'll have to go back to the drawing board with it anyway and work it out. But it's something I really want to do this year, because I love board games. It's one of my passions. And if I can incorporate Lego or Star Wars with that, great. But it doesn't have to be. But just to do that on a lot because I'm also trying to think of doing different things on a live stream that other people haven't done or aren't being done a lot. Just to try and change things up a little bit, because everybody can come along and watch somebody building or talking about Lego, and it's kind of, it's been done. So anyway, I need to shoot off. I've just realized I've eaten into 20 minutes of my prep time. So thanks everybody for watching. If you're still out there and you're watching right now, this has been day 6 of streaming every day until we hit 1,000 subscribers. We're building the Home One Mount Calamari Cruiser, 1 piece for every sub. And if you tune back in about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes, 40 minutes, we will have our regularly scheduled show. Jesus, that's a mouthful. At 7 p.m. UK time. And that will include our guest of the week, who is Greg from London Bridge Bricks. And we're talking about Bricktastic that happened a couple of weeks ago. And we were all there for it, and obviously still a little bit excited about it, talking about it, winding down from it. But other than that, tune in every day next week when I will be streaming at a random time of the day. And come and give me a sub if you haven't already. And if you are new to the channel watching this, please tune in and obviously give us a sub at the same time. And that's it from me. So take care, everybody. See you soon. Ooh, I get to play my usual outro. Wait a sec. Where is it? Don't get to play this on the stream very much, because we got the normal one. Where is it?
Feel like playing the Jeopardy theme.
Didn't. No, that was the right one. Right.
That's the background.
Oh, I can't be bothered finding it. It's too many buttons. I need to get my mouse down here. But yes, check you guys later. Cheers, Mel.